Chapter 42-23. Everyone, it seems like we've arrived at a mythical island. Don't hold back and plunder as much as you can. Those people revealed their greedy eyes. Next, they would plunder the mythical island. Gee. Guagua. The little beasts on the island had never encountered such plunder before. They all ran around frantically. One of them waved his hand and killed a Qilin. Then he drank its blood. The island that was full of vitality was now welcoming endless slaughter. However, at this moment, the stone statue on the highest peak of the island slowly swayed and gradually woke up. It was a kind of awakening that seemed to have happened after thousands of years. Rumble. The moment it opened its eyes, the entire island shook. The sea in the distance was filled with terrifying waves. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking. This was soul force, an incomparably huge amount of soul force. This also made those greedy martial artists stop their actions and squint their eyes. There's a mountain here. There seems to be some treasure on top of it. Could it be that the reason why these little beasts and treasures could grow up like this is because of that mountain? Someone guessed. In my opinion, it's true. I'll go and take a look. A majestic old man sneered. With a move, he disappeared from the spot and shot towards the mountain. Seeing this, the others were furious. The Taurus sovereign king was too greedy. He actually wanted to take the treasure for himself. At this moment, they all rushed towards the mountain. However, just as they moved, they saw the Taurus sovereign king slowly floating down. Moreover, there was another person beside him. At this moment, he was pressing down on the Taurus sovereign king's shoulder. He was forcefully pressing down the Taurus sovereign king who was soaring into the sky to the ground. What a powerful strength! Everyone's expression turned solemn because the Taurus sovereign king was one of the strongest among them. It would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to defeat him. But now, the Taurus sovereign king was forcefully pulled down by someone else. Then, they stared at the side of the Taurus sovereign king and found that it was a man in a blue robe. The man's long hair fell to his shoulders. His face was calm as he looked at everyone. Not knowing why, when they looked at that pair of eyes, everyone had a strange feeling. The man seemed to have no strength at all. His eyes were too calm. His eyes were too pure. Sir, who are you? Finally, someone said faintly. If you cripple your own cultivation, I'll let you leave here alive. After the man landed on the ground, he spoke calmly. His voice seemed polite, but it contained an irresistible majesty. Sir, aren't you being too arrogant? You want us to cripple our own cultivation? Do you know what you're saying? Hearing this, one of them said coldly. His eyes stared at the small beasts around the island, still filled with greed. Bang! At this moment, the blue-robed man clenched his fist and the Taurus sovereign king's arm turned into ashes. Even the flesh and blood turned into nothingness. My hand! The Taurus monarch also let out a painful cry. Bang! However, the blue-robed man was expressionless as he punched the Taurus monarch in the stomach. A powerful force rushed into his dantian and destroyed it. I've been crippled. The Taurus monarch fell to the ground and shook his head in disbelief. To be able to destroy his dantian with a single punch and not be able to detect any realm essence, just what kind of deity was this person? Crippled. The Taurus monarch is crippled. The others also had a look of disbelief on their faces, because they also couldn't detect any realm essence and deity energy. At this moment, the blue-robed man moved again. His speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, he had the power of 40,000 realms. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound rang out. Next, one by one, experts fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. Their dantians were all destroyed. As for the experts who had just landed on the island in the distance, when they saw this scene, their faces turned pale with fright. It was too fast. They couldn't catch it at all. Run immediately. They had just set foot on the island and now they wanted to run away. Go and inform the Inkfrost realm and the 2A Luo sect. They flew towards the distant sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. On the island, the blue-robed man squatted down and treated the severely injured small beasts. With a gentle wave of his right hand, A pure Buddha energy spread out. Under this energy, the dying small beasts gradually recovered. After climbing up, they licked the blue-robed man and surrounded him. The blue-robed man jumped up happily. As for the ground, everyone fell there and looked at the blue-robed man with anger and fear. They were angry because this man actually crippled them. They were terrified because this man's strength was too strong. "Sir, why aren't you leaving? The Tua Luo sect and the rest are coming. They are one of the top experts in the Eternal Kingdom," someone said coldly. Obviously, they were crippled and wanted to see the blue-robed man panic. "If he comes, then I'll cripple him too." The blue-robed man didn't even look at the person who spoke. Instead, he stared at a bald burly man and walked over. "The dear Qilin died because of you." Arriving in front of the burly man, the blue-robed man said calmly. This burly man was the one who had eaten the dear Qilin. Now that he saw the blue-robed man looking down at him, he finally panicked. He never expected that such a strange person was hidden on the island in the sea. No, it should be said that he was a deity. "Wait, I can explain because—" The burly man anxiously waved his hand and hurriedly begged. Bang. However, the blue-robed man didn't say a word. He raised his foot and lightly stomped down. Boom. The burly man turned into nothingness. A light stomp was so terrifying. Could it be that this is the legendary physical strength? But when did the physical strength reach such a level? Everyone stared at the blue-robed man with eyes full of fear. "Spare us, spare us." Next, they got up one by one and kowtowed to the blue-robed man. They now knew that they had trespassed on his forbidden land. If he wanted to kill them, they couldn't blame him. However, the blue-robed man ignored them. Instead, he looked into the distance and said indifferently, "The three of you are the strongest, comparable to the top 10 martial gods of the 9 states. For you." In the sky, a large number of figures began to appear. They all looked at the blue-robed man solemnly. Among them, 3 of them had the most serious expressions and their eyes continued to flicker. This was because the 3 of them were the strongest, but they couldn't see through this mysterious blue-robed man at all. "I'm from the Tua Luo sect, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 states a long, long time ago." Finally, a white-haired old man spoke. Chapter 42:24. "Sir, do you mean that we should join forces against you?" The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Presently, his strength couldn't be compared to all those years ago, and he'd advanced by leaps and bounds after so many years of cultivation. However, that blue-robed man still dared to fight them, and it was even the 3 strongest amongst them. The 3 of them were extremely famous in the Kingdom of Eternity. "If you join forces, you might be qualified to move me." The blue-robed man looked up and said calmly. His words seemed calm, but they carried a domineering aura. "Qualified? No one has said that to us in a long time, but I want to ask where you got your qualifications from." "Yes." The other 2 top experts narrowed their eyes. They were also infuriated. "Here is my qualifications." "Yes." The blue-robed man nodded. His long robe and long hair fluttered, and a powerful aura descended. "Talent fusion, first transformation." "Yes." He wanted to test his strength. After all, he had been sitting on the mountain peak like a stone statue for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. The island shook, and countless water dragons erupted from the distant sea. It was as if the earth was shaking. All the experts felt a gravitational force coming at them. It was as if countless hands were pulling them down to the ground. This power, could it be his physical strength? It should be. Most importantly, his physical strength has probably reached 400,000 worlds. The 3 strongest experts said nervously. When the billowing dust dispersed, they saw a monster in front of them. They called it a monster because it was too strange. It had a dragon tail and horns, and its hands were dragon claws. However, its skin was pitch black and covered in scales. Most importantly, there were countless gorgeous tentacles on its back. They fused with its long hair that reached the ground, making it look incomparably powerful. "Is this enough?" the monster said in a low voice. With a wave of his right hand, fierce divine power gushed out. This is 500 rays of divine power. No, it's even higher. It's at least 600. The three strongest people roared again. At this moment, they were already aware that this man possessed the qualifications to fight the three of them, and he was even able to defeat them in a straightforward manner. Sir, we admit defeat. Two Luo men immediately cupped his fists and said with a pale face. For me, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. There is only being crippled and being killed. A cold voice drifted out. The monster's eyes had a merciless, metallic light. Hearing this, everyone fell to the ground in fright. Motherfucker, who told us to come? This is going to get us killed. Am I going to be crippled? No, I can't be crippled. Everyone, let's fight together. Perhaps we'll have a chance to kill him. If you want to go, you go. After sitting on the ground, these experts let out dispirited groans. They had lost the will to resist, not even the slightest thought of resisting. That was because the other party was too powerful. He had directly destroyed their confidence. They were sure that if this person returned to the 9 prefectures, then his strength would definitely be ranked amongst the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures or even slightly stronger. Even the 3 strongest members of the Buddha Luo sect were extremely pale. The power of 400,000 worlds, such power was already very difficult for them to resist. However, it just so happened that this person possessed the power of 600 strands of divinity. Moreover, judging from the terrifying amount of divinity, he had surpassed the ordinary martial god realm. Coupled with the unfathomable divine fetus, even 10 of them might not be a match for him. Your Excellency, we were reckless in this matter. We hope that Your Excellency will be magnanimous and spare us. Afterward, the Buddha Roll Gate cupped his hands and bowed. No. However, the other party shook his head emotionlessly like a god. Moreover, the power on his body receded like a receding tide. He gradually returned to his human form and slowly put on a blue robe. Judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to be afraid of the Buddha Roll Gate's sneak attack at all. He seemed to be extremely confident. The eyes of the 3 Buddha Roll Gates people flickered. Now that the man in blue had unlocked his strongest form, if they joined forces, they might be able to kill him in one move. The man in blue was too confident in his own strength and was somewhat careless. Immediately, many people's eyes turned cold as they quietly looked at the 3 Buddha Roll Gate experts. As long as the 3 experts attacked, they would immediately fight with their lives on the line. However, the 3 Buddha Roll Gates people were filled with thoughts. They were experts who had cultivated for countless years, but this was the first time in their lives that they considered something so seriously. Was it worth it? In just a short period of time, they seemed to have overcome a great calamity. In the end, the Buddha Roll Gate looked up and smiled wryly. Still can't do it. He indeed wanted to use the man in blue's carelessness to deal a fatal blow, but his subconscious told him not to do so because it was too dangerous. The moment he said this, everyone sighed inwardly. They knew that they had missed the best opportunity. The man in blue was still slowly putting on his clothes. He didn't even glance at them as if he didn't know what they were thinking. Your Excellency, you're awake. At this time, several figures arrived from afar. They were overjoyed when they saw Lin Ling. They were the group of people who had stepped onto the island for the first time, so when they saw Lin Ling, they immediately bowed again. Their respectful appearance caused many people's pupils to constrict. Old Hai. The 3 Buddha Roll Gate experts recognized the old man in the lead. They knew that this was an indomitable expert who had fought against the 4 great experts of the North Sea for 3 days and 3 nights without losing. Moreover, Old Hai had an unruly temperament and had never submitted to anyone in his life. Forget about bowing, it was impossible for him to even greet someone. Of course. But now, he was bowing to the man in blue? Buddha Roll Gate, Inky Frost Realm, what are you doing here? The old man frowned and looked at Buddha Roll Gate's group. It's like this. Buddha Roll Gate's group hurriedly explained the general situation. What? You're crazy. Hearing this, Old C was taken aback and immediately roared. He knew that this senior called Lin Ling had been in seclusion on the island all this time. 1,000 years ago, He'd even told him that he'd left the kingdom of eternity. Buddha Rollgate and the others had dared to provoke such a figure? Old Hai didn't say a word. He took a step forward, arrived in front of Buddha Rollgate's group, and viciously slapped them. Are you blind? How dare you disturb a senior's cultivation? If I don't hit you today, my surname isn't Hai. Little you, go give each of them 10 slaps. Make it loud and clear. Old Hai roared as he slapped them. Buddha Rollgate's group's pupils constricted. Old Hai dared slap their faces? It was understandable that the mysterious man had bullied them. Who told him to be so strong? But Old Hai dared to bully them? Old Hai was strong, but not strong enough to make them fear him. Inky Frost Realm wanted to act up, but Buddha Rollgate stopped it. Chapter 4225. You're so stubborn? Alright, I love to beat up stubborn people. If I don't beat you until you call me daddy, then I'll change my surname to yours. Lao Hai beat them up even more fiercely, and he even broke their teeth. However, they were able to endure it and didn't move at all. As for the others, they were constantly being slapped by Lao Hai's disciples and didn't dare say a single word. That's enough. After an unknown period of time, the blue-robed man finally spoke to stop them. Senior, they were ignorant and disrupted your bitter cultivation. If I don't beat them up today, then they won't be able to live. However, their crimes don't warrant death. Lao Hai immediately turned around and bowed when he heard the blue-robed man. Earlier, it seemed like he'd beaten up the Buddha cult's disciples, but he was actually saving them. I'll give you some face and let this matter go. Sure enough, the blue-robed man gave them some face, and his words caused them to feel relieved. The members of the Buddha cult gazed at Lao Hai with even more gratitude because they finally understood this fellow's painstaking efforts. On the other hand, the blue-robed man looked towards the distance and asked indifferently, How long has it been since I came looking for you? Senior, it has been 1,000 years. Lao Hai immediately replied. I never expected that I, Lin Ling, would have been here for 4,000 years. The blue-robed man nodded when he heard this. 4,000 years of bitter cultivation was equivalent to half of the time Lin Ling had spent cultivating. Lin Ling had never imagined that he would be trapped here for 4,000 years, because it felt like only the blink of an eye to him. Of course, 4,000 years of bitter cultivation would allow any cultivator in the 9 provinces' strength to advance by leaps and bounds. As for Lin Ling, his strength had attained a terrifying leap. Unfortunately, this wasn't Lin Ling's home in the end, so Lin Ling wasn't excited at all. He didn't want to be like these people, trapped in here and imprisoned forever. As they watched Lin Ling gaze silently at the sky, the others didn't dare speak. The more they interacted with him, the more unfathomable he was. Based on his imposing aura, he didn't seem like a human at all but seemed like a god. For a moment, everyone stood there quietly. For some reason, standing beside Lin Ling, they also felt incomparably comfortable, as if they were listening to the great Tao. Old Hai, who is this senior? Why is he so powerful? Could it be a hidden god of eternal kingdom? Tu Ao Luo Men couldn't hold back his curiosity and secretly transmitted his voice. Hiding? The corner of Old Hai's mouth twitched as he said indifferently, He has only been here for 4,000 years. What? Tuo Luo Gate gasped. Keep in mind that they have been cultivating here for countless years, perhaps more than 100,000 years. Yet, they couldn't compare to a junior who has been cultivating here for 4,000 years. Do you still remember the vision from 4,000 years ago? The kingdom of eternity was in turmoil, the sea was flowing backward, and the islands were falling. All these phenomena were caused by this senior. Old C secretly transmitted to Tuo Luo Men when he saw their expressions. Tuo Luo Gate's group shuddered when they heard this. They looked at Lin Ling with reverence in their eyes. To be able to cause such turmoil in the kingdom of eternity, such a character must be the reincarnation of a great character. Then they became even quieter. Since Lin Ling didn't say anything, they didn't dare to move a muscle. Lin Ling was still looking at the sky. Over the years, not only had he strengthened his soul force and strength, but he had also been constantly speculating about something. As his soul force grew stronger, Lin Ling seemed to have understood some things. It was as if he could see through the great Tao, see through the mysteries of heaven. He knew that someone had deliberately arranged for him to come here. Everything was just a test. Moreover, the reason Lin Ling was able to greatly increase his strength was also because of someone's help. For example, Lin Ling's current physical strength was 300,000 worlds. If he used the first transformation, he could reach 400,000 worlds. If he used the second transformation, he could reach a terrifying 500,000 worlds. The same was true for his power of divinity. At the second transformation, he could reach 1,000 strands of divinity. Coupled with the surging world essence in his 7 dantian, without the support of a huge amount of cultivation resources, it was impossible to succeed. As for why that person wanted to help Lin Ling, this wasn't something that Lin Ling could understand. However, Lin Ling knew that in this void, other than the 4 great gods, there were actually even stronger ancient gods. The reason why these great gods didn't appear was probably as Lin Ling had guessed. They were all in another place. Outside the void, they were trying their best to stop the will of the world. And to need all the great gods to stop it, this also showed how terrifying the will of the world was. Back then, I had a guess that the will of the world was the will of the universe, the strongest expert that surpassed the era. I hope this guess doesn't come true. Heaven. In the legends of China, Hongjun was the master of Taishang Laojun and the others. However, above Hongjun, there was the will of the universe. If the will of the universe was the will of the world, how could they fight? Heaven. Several thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. The more he came into contact with it, the more he discovered the magnificence of the universe's void. Although his strength had greatly increased, he was still just a strand of duckweed. While Lin Ling was quietly thinking, Old Hai and the others were still looking at Lin Ling. Suddenly, a calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. "It's time to go back. Go." As soon as this voice fell, everyone's hearts exploded. Plop. 2 Luo men and the others were so frightened that they sat down on the ground, their faces pale. Then, he said nervously, "Senior, where are we going back?" "Go. Go back." It seemed like a simple word, but it was their lifelong pursuit of martial arts. They had been here for tens of thousands of years, always wanting to go back, but it ended in failure. Now, they had completely given up, thinking that they would never be able to go back. Now, a mysterious man was telling them that it was time to go back. This was a dream. Lin Ling also retracted his gaze, then looked at 2 Luo men and the others, revealing the first smile in 4,000 years. "Go home. Go." A soft word, but it actually made people tremble, their eyes moist. "Senior, you're not lying to me, right?" Mo Shuangjie cried loudly, so excited that her whole body trembled. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her cheek was welcomed with a foot. It came from Old Hai, and Mo Shuangjie's nose was crooked. Old Hai also cried and said, "Who the fuck do you think you are? You're not qualified to be deceived by Senior." Yes. However, Mo Shuangjie was not angry at all. She then kowtowed to Lin Ling. "Senior, please take me with you." "Senior, please take me with you." Everyone cried and kowtowed to Lin Ling. They had been trapped here for eternity, and after a long time, they were like walking corpses. So, how could they not want to go home? Because only if they could go home, that would prove that they were a person, not an eternal rock. And this feeling, only those who had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years could deeply understand. Chapter 42-26. Senior, it's enough as long as we can go back. Everyone continued to kowtow. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the sky. His terrifying soul power finally erupted. "If I want to go, no one can stop me." With a roar, the entire eternal kingdom was shaken. After 4,000 years of cultivation, Lin Ling's soul power had reached 70,000 levels. It was more than twice as strong as before. This was also the biggest increase in Lin Ling's strength since he went into seclusion. "Senior, you can actually use soul power." What a terrifying soul power. Under Lin Ling's soul power, all the experts felt their surroundings distort. They were so scared that their mouths were trembling. Physical strength, realm origin, divine embryo, and soul power. This blue-robed man was too terrifying. Over here. Then, Lin Ling appeared in the sky and stepped into the distance. His soul power had been searching for the weakest point of this world before opening the void. This way, it wouldn't be as dangerous as the last time. Follow Senior. Seeing Lin Ling running into the distance, everyone was afraid that they would be too slow and quickly followed. They were also transmitting their voices. Lai-san, follow my voice transmission talisman. Catch up immediately. I want to go home. Go home? 666, you must have damaged your brain from cultivating. How can we go back from here? Damn it, are you coming or not? Don't blame me if you don't. Wait, I'll come. Although each day in the Eternal Kingdom felt like a year, they had made many friends. At this moment, they were all informing their friends. We can go home? I hope they didn't lie to us. In the distant sea, a large number of experts were running towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling only glanced at them and ignored them. He continued to walk forward slowly. Although his steps seemed slow, in fact, his speed had reached 10,000 worlds in a breath. Old hi, I'm coming. You can't be lying to me, right? Who can bring us home? That kid? What the hell, he looks even younger than me. Some of the warriors who had just arrived were in disbelief when they saw Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. However, this was immediately met with Buddha Luomen's punches and kicks, beating these people until their noses and faces were swollen. This was because they had witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous feats with their own eyes and believed him a bit. They wouldn't allow others to humiliate Lin Ling. Call him Senior immediately. After beating them up and making sure they were obedient, Tuo Luomen shouted angrily. It's my fault. I'll shout, okay? Senior. The person who was beaten still didn't quite believe it, but he didn't dare to go against everyone's will. However, Lin Ling ignored them completely. His gaze was locked into the distance as he said calmly, Dragon demons, come back. We're going home. His voice was like an invisible sound wave that spread throughout the entire Eternal Kingdom. Rumble. From every direction of the distant sea, waves soared into the sky. A large number of experts were rushing over, stirring up a bloody storm as they charged into the sea. At a closer look, these people were in the form of dragons and humans. However, they were all extremely powerful. All of them were at the peak of the martial god realm. It's them, the Sea Dragon King. Seeing those experts rushing over, everyone was greatly alarmed. For the past 4,000 years, a group of experts had appeared in the Eternal Kingdom. All of them could transform into dragons and were extremely powerful. They had beaten the martial artists of the Eternal Kingdom until they cried out in pain. They had already made a name for themselves. Moreover, this group of half-dragon half-human demons were very arrogant. They didn't make friends with others and only trusted their own people. When others greeted them with smiles and even tried to curry favor with them, they would only receive disdainful looks from the dragon demons. Senior, this is bad. It's that group of sea dragon demons. They are the most ferocious. They must be here to cause trouble. Senior, be careful. Tuo Luomen was very familiar with the sea dragon demons and immediately warned as if they were facing a great enemy. Meanwhile, by his side, everyone had already condensed their realm essence, preparing for a great battle. Sir. However, when the ferocious sea dragon demons arrived, they all transformed into humans and cupped their fists at Lin Ling. Ah! Everyone's jaws dropped to the sea in disbelief. These ferocious sea dragon demons actually called the blue-robed man, sir? This was fucking unbelievable. It's time to go home. Lin Ling ignored the dumbfounded Tuo Luomen and said to the sea dragon demons in a friendly manner. In the past 4,000 years, he didn't pay attention to worldly affairs. The only people he interacted with were the sea dragon demons and the others. Lin Ling also used the sea dragon demons and their adventures to familiarize himself with the country of eternity. We can finally go home. Hearing this, all the sea dragon demons became excited. Then they looked at Tuo Luomen and the others with disdain. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Did you see that? I'm more familiar with sir. You guys are nothing. So arrogant. I'm so angry. This group of boorish demons can actually be appreciated by sir. They are so lucky. That's right. Seeing this, Tuo Luo men and the others were secretly jealous. This is the place. Lin Ling continued to walk forward. Finally, he stopped and looked at the sky in front of him calmly. There, it was blue with white clouds floating. However, Lin Ling knew that if he opened the god's inheritance treasure here, it would be easier to travel to the void of Jiuzhou. Now, Lin Ling had 2 more chances to open the god's inheritance treasure. Of course, with Lin Ling's current foundation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through again. Therefore, he had a total of 3 chances. Here. There's nothing here. That's right. I can't even detect the slightest fluctuation of the void. Everyone was suspicious. They looked around and used powerful methods to spy on everything, but to no avail. Shut up, all of you. Seeing the people chattering, an elder among the sea dragon demons shouted angrily, "If you disturb, sir, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." Fuck, so arrogant. But I'll endure it. The experts gritted their teeth but didn't dare to speak carelessly. However, they were still suspicious of Lin Ling's ability to open the way out. Especially those who joined later, they were even more suspicious. At this moment, Lin Ling was already opening the god's inheritance treasure. Moreover, he opened 2 at once. Crack, crack, crack. 2 cracks appeared in the blue sky. Following this, a large number of god's stones and treasures fell from the sky. They were the treasures of the 8th-layer martial gods and 9th-layer martial gods. There were many treasures, but Lin Ling did not think much of them. He put them away after a quick glance. Suddenly, an old bamboo scroll caught Lin Ling's attention. He reached out with his right hand and the bamboo scroll appeared in his hand. There were 2 ancient words written on it, Most Supreme Tao. He opened the bamboo scroll and immediately saw that it was a Taoist record of countless godly weapons and pills. Interesting. Chapter 42:27. Next, Lin Ling took out a large number of God's fragments. With a wave of his right hand, those God's fragments were refined and easily absorbed by Lin Ling. Wow, he opened the void. This senior really has some tricks up his sleeve. Wow. But how are we going to enter such a small space? Wow. Seeing Lin Ling's magic, people couldn't help but be excited. The old man called Old Hai was crying at this moment. Soybean-sized tears kept dripping down and smashing into the sea. Back then, he felt that Lin Ling had the ability to take them away, so he had been waiting for 4,000 years. And now, he didn't wait for the wrong person. Open. Wow. At this moment, after Lin Ling refined the god's fragments, he immediately opened the shrinking void crack by force. Back then, he didn't have to tear the crack open because his soul power poured in. But now, he wanted to enter the crack himself, so he had to open it domineeringly. Rumble. Under Lin Ling's action, the kingdom of eternity shook, and the sea soared into the sky. Domineering. Wow. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The experts who had previously doubted Lin Ling were now more convinced. The void crack was constantly being torn open, but it was also blocked by a powerful law. Talent fusion, first transformation. Wow. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength and fought against the laws of Eternal Kingdom with overwhelming force. Boom. At this moment, one of the cracks shattered, turning into a glass-like light that disappeared in the sky. Now only one was left. Lin Ling also focused all his attention on that crack. He knew that the crack collapsed because it was suppressed by the law of the Kingdom of Eternity. Talent fusion, second transformation. Wow! Lin Ling's strength increased again. The dragon god's bloodline and other talents disappeared, and in their place, Lin Ling turned into a god. His body bloomed with green light, like a mighty Vajra, and around his body, thunder and fire roared crazily. Retreat! Retreat! As soon as this terrifying power appeared, everyone retreated. They were so shocked that they were speechless. In their eyes, the blue-robed man had transformed into an ancient giant, so terrifying. Crackle! Lin Ling's hands continued to tear the void apart. Now, it was big enough for one person to enter. Senior! Seeing this, everyone roared and knelt down in the air, extremely grateful. Senior, as expected of a deity. Old Hai was crying and shouting at the same time. Only now did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. That was especially true of the Buddha Roof Gate and the others. They also knew that if the blue-robed man wanted to attack, even the entire country of eternity wouldn't be enough to kill him. Previously, they didn't sneak attack Lin Ling. That was a wise move. Exalted One's power has increased greatly, Your Excellency. This power is most likely the power of 500,000 worlds, and the power of 1,000 streams of gods. What a terrifying divine embryo. Although there's no divine light, it's still stronger than most divine embryos. All of the dragon demons were also very excited. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ling unleash his full power. Sire, if you want to leave, take my sword. However, just as the crack grew bigger and bigger, a person suddenly walked out of the void passage. This person wore a long green robe and carried a treasured sword on his back. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he had an ancient air about him. He was very mysterious. Who are you? Lin Ling's voice was low and deep, like the roar of a vajra. This humble one is Master Pure Yang. My fellow Daoists call me Master Pure Yang. The world calls me Immortal Lu, Immortal of Wine, Immortal of Poetry, and Immortal of Sword. The green-robed man smiled. Of course, it doesn't matter who I am. I've been ordered to stop you from leaving. Take my sword and you can leave. Master Pure Yang, Lu Dongbin. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with shock, and then he spoke, emphasizing each word. Even as he spoke, the green-robed man was even more shocked. You know me? He asked incredulously. I've heard of you. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, but inwardly he smiled wryly. He had been curious about who this person was, but after hearing Master Pure Yang's name, he finally remembered. When he was young, he had read about the 8 immortals, including Lu Dongbin, the Immortal of Sword. This person was also called Master Pure Yang. He was a mythical figure, but also a deity from before the era of gods. Interesting. It seems that your origins are even more mysterious than we thought. Then, do you dare take my sword? The green-robed man smiled. Come. Lin Ling was even more certain that his appearance in the Eternal Kingdom was intentional. It seemed to be a test. My sword is called the Pure Yang Sword, and it contains 2,000 strands of divine power. I also have a divine embryo, so be careful. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword rang out, and then a wave of pure yang energy poured out. It was incomparably powerful, and before the sword was even drawn, the sea was cut into pieces like tofu, floating in the air. What a terrifying sword! Everyone's expressions changed. They now knew that there was always someone better than them. They had thought that their strength had reached the limit by cultivating here, but now they knew that there were too many people in the void who were stronger than them. Pure Yang Sword. At this moment, the green-robed man slashed out. Time, space, and even the void were cut open. Through the slash, people could see the void of the 9 states, as well as the underworld, hell, and other places. Moreover, this sword was no longer as simple as simply slicing open the void. Instead, it was as if it had cut open the entire universe. Everyone, leave immediately. Following this, everyone panicked and madly retreated because that sword strike could take all of their lives. My lord! The dragon demons also sensed the terror of the sword, and they all roared. 2,000 strands of divine power, just this pure yang energy alone was not something an ordinary person could resist. Talent fusion, 3rd transformation. But at this moment, Lin Ling spoke coldly, and his ferocious soul force surged out. He controlled the 7 divine embryos, which were originally uncoordinated, and crazily fused them together. If it was before, Lin Ling would not be able to do this, but now Lin Ling's soul force had increased greatly, and he could reach the 3rd transformation. And this was Lin Ling's strongest trump card. His physical strength had reached 800,000 world energy. His divine power had reached 1,500 strands. His world essence was the fusion of his 7 dansins. This was the result of Lin Ling's 4,000 years of bitter cultivation. Sword come. With an angry roar, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he looked forward and slashed out fiercely. Now that his 7 dantians had fused, he no longer had the appearance of a monster. Instead, he maintained the appearance of his original body. The only difference was that his body was as hot as fire, and it was constantly emitting dense energy. It was a magnificent sight. The reason for this was that Lin Ling had not completely controlled the 3rd transformation. There was a time limit, and unless Lin Ling's soul force reached a higher limit, he could smoothly control it. Chapter 42:28. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 swords collided and the skies of the Kingdom of Eternity cracked open. The seawater that was floating in the sky was sucked in by the cracks as if a great calamity had arrived. Clang. Following that, the 2 figures approached from afar and collided violently. The 2 swords clashed together. This formed an unstoppable force that blasted out in all directions. The dragon demon and the others in the distance were blown to the ends of the earth. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You gather fire, thunder, Buddha, dragon, and ghost into one body. Among the experts I've seen, you're the one with the most chaotic aura, but you're the one with the best control. The green-robed man's long hair fluttered in the wind. He held his sword against Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword and smiled faintly. You're also the strongest person with the power of gods I've seen. The gods of the ancient era of gods are indeed terrifying. Lin Ling also held his sword as he stared at the man in front of him. All right, you win. At this moment, the green-robed man retracted his sword. Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. He couldn't control his strength and his sword slashed at the green-robed man. However, the man's body immediately surged with pure yang energy and easily blocked Lin Ling's sword. This also made Lin Ling realize that the green-robed man's previous sword strike hadn't been at full strength. Aren't you surprised? In fact, it's normal because I've experienced the investiture of the gods, the ancient era and the deity era. My cultivation time has surpassed yours by millions of times. Moreover, there were experts from the desolate era and the primordial era before me. Therefore you're now like this. So, don't be complacent with your strength. The green-robed man smiled as he turned around and gradually disappeared into the void passage. Lin Ling looked deeply at this person. He was shocked. Strong, very strong. He estimated that this person was an expert from the ancient era or perhaps an expert from the investiture of God's era. However, against such an expert, Lin Ling would need to use all his strength. What if it was the ancient era or the primordial era? Moreover, he was even more certain that the great gods of the ancient era were in a space, resisting the will of the world with all their strength. Then Lin Ling laughed. He stared at the expanding void passage and laughed excitedly. Because he could go home. Everyone, come on. After that, Lin Ling returned to his original form and looked into the distance with an excited smile. The entire Eternal Kingdom seemed to have gone through a catastrophe. Cracks were spreading in the distant sky like an eggshell that had been shattered. In the sky, a large number of figures flew over. When they saw Lin Ling in front of the void passage, they all burst into tears. Then they kowtowed 3 times to the blue-robed man in the sky. Because they knew that this mysterious blue-robed man had fulfilled their wish of 100,000 years. Hee. Lin Ling, who had always been cold and indifferent, now revealed a brilliant smile. Then he took a big step forward and set foot on the road home. Everyone followed along excitedly. Only after entering did they realize that the void tunnel was very long, and the scenery around them was constantly changing. This is the time void tunnel. Lin Ling stared ahead and explained. He did not stop walking. Instead, he walked faster and faster until he came to a constantly changing void. Then he slashed with his sword. This slash also hit the point of time. After it was slashed open, a void tunnel was revealed. Inside was the closest point of time to the Jiuzhou void. Because Lin Ling did not want to return to the Jiuzhou void thousands of years later. By then, his family and friends would have been reduced to piles of yellow bones. At this moment, in the eastern border of the void, a large number of martial artists flew over. Their auras were powerful, and every move they made caused the void to tremble. Moreover, They looked extremely domineering. Get lost! The martial artists who were blocking the way shouted angrily. This caused the martial artists to tremble and immediately make way. How dare you block the Duan family's path? Are you courting death? The leader snorted coldly. Based on his strength, he was actually an expert at the peak of the martial god realm. Moreover, he had an acquired divine fetus. In the current Jojo void, experts were as common as clouds. It was no longer rare to see a divine fetus. This was also a change that occurred 150 years after the Jojo god's investiture. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a loud boom. Then, a dazzling sword light appeared in the void and cut through the void. Next, the void was forcefully opened, and a blue-robed figure walked out with a smile. The sword light that had rushed out of the void had directly slain that tyrannical expert. This also caused the martial artists who were passing by in the distance to be dumbfounded. Forcefully opening the void? They said in shock. Looking at the void tunnel again, more and more people were walking out. Each of them was extremely powerful. However, when they walked out, they all cried. Then they let out emotional roars. Some of them knelt down in the void, some wiped their tears, and some even kissed the void. Father, Mother, I'm back. Master, I Lu Er, am finally home. Rua Rua, my good wife, your husband is home, home. Those voices had undoubtedly frightened the passers-by. This group of people, were they crazy? You killed Duan Xiao, you're courting death. While the group of people was agitated, one of the experts let out an angry roar. He was naturally the group of experts from the Duan family. They never expected that on their way back from a realm in the eastern border to collect a precious treasure, one of them would die for no reason. Moreover, he was killed by mistake. Not only that, but the person who killed them by mistake did not apologize. Instead, he was crying, cursing, and calling them father. Was he crazy? Without a doubt, that person's cursing also interrupted the nostalgia and excitement of the crowd. Among them, Lin Ling did not get to be happy for long before he was also interrupted by that annoying voice. This made his mood inexplicably sour, because after being trapped for 4,000 years and finally coming out with great difficulty, he was interrupted by others. No one would be happy if they were in his shoes. Duan Xiao, where did this dog come from? Lin Ling looked at the group of people and said calmly, Duan Xiao is from the Duan family, the strongest family in the world. You're dead, you're dead. How dare you kill someone from the Duan family? Seeing Lin Ling's cold gaze, the person who shouted felt a little guilty. If not for the golden name of the Duan family supporting him, he would have run away with his tail between his legs. The people around him were the same. They were not as domineering as before. After all, they saw that this group of people seemed to be very powerful. Duan family, I didn't expect that the first person I met after 4,000 years would be from the Duan family. Very well, to show my courtesy, I'll send you on your way. Chapter 42-29. During the whole process, Lin Ling didn't even move his eyebrows. Looking at the Duan family's experts, who had been insufferably arrogant before, being killed in one move, everyone shuddered. They felt that it was incomparably unreal. Looking at the Duan family's experts again, only the one who had shouted earlier was left. At this moment, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to move. Between his legs, there was a foul smell. He was so scared that he actually wet his pants. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party was so powerful that they were all wiped out in one move. How long has it been since the investiture of the gods? Lin Ling looked at that person indifferently and said, Yes. 150 years. That person lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Ling. Fortunately, it hasn't been that long. Lin Ling nodded and then said to that person, You can go now. Go back and tell the Duan lineage martial god that I still remember the battle in the divine world. I hope the Duan lineage martial god has time to fight again. Okay. That person didn't dare to disagree. Even if Lin Ling told him to eat shit, he would probably run to eat it. He quickly turned and left. However, he suddenly thought of something and immediately asked nervously, Senior, may I know who you are? Lin Ling. Lin Ling also turned around and left, leaving behind that person who was confused. Lin Ling? Who is that? On the contrary, some of the onlookers in the distance blinked their eyes and suddenly trembled. They looked at Lin Ling's back in disbelief and said, "The legendary leader of the God-Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling." As soon as these words were spoken, the void became inexplicably silent. Regarding Lin Ling's name, there was no one in the final world who didn't know about him. This was because this person had created countless miracles. He was once a student of the 36 academies. However, he came out of nowhere, entered the Shen Second Hall, and became a member of the Shen Third Hall. He even defeated the experts of the 36 academies and the Shen Third Hall. He was an invincible existence. However, just when everyone had high hopes for him, the investiture god of the 9 prefectures had suddenly fallen. This result was very shocking. After all, during the investiture of the gods, everyone's strength had increased greatly. However, Lin Ling was the opposite. Not only did his strength not increase, but he had also fallen. This was simply too shocking. Now, this legendary figure who had been deemed dead by others had actually returned. Lin Ling, you're back." The only person from the Duan family was so scared that he roared and ran into the distance. "This is fake, right? It has been 150 years since the investiture of the gods in the 9 regions. Lin Ling is actually still alive, but why hasn't there been any news about him in the past 150 years? I don't know if it's true or not, but I reckon that if it's true, it won't take long for Lin Ling's name to spread in the void of the 9 continents again. A legendary god is indeed powerful." The people in the void were still discussing spiritedly. The reason why people like them remembered Lin Ling was because of the God-Slayer Alliance. The current God-Slayer Alliance was a colossus whose name shook the 9 continents. At this moment, in the void, a large number of experts were walking into the distance. Lin Ling was dressed in a long robe and was the leader of the group. He was walking slowly with a calm aura. However, there was a smile on his face. He was obviously very excited. With a sweep of his gaze, his powerful soul power seemed to envelop half of the void. Bits and pieces of the past flowed into his mind. North, that was the North Territory, where the sacred rainforest was located. That was Lin Ling's hometown. The North, South, East, West, and West Territories. Clearly Lin Ling's footprints were all left here. Then Qingzhou. This was the first springboard for Lin Ling to step into the martial god realm. The 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 continents. There were also traces of Lin Ling's past there. Everything was too much, too much. In these 4,000 years of cultivation, Lin Ling would occasionally recall the past. However, after returning personally, he realized how precious those memories were. It was no wonder that the people of the Eternal Kingdom wanted to return. It was a feeling of homesickness. "Senior, we are going home." The experts behind him suddenly stopped and restrained their urge to rush home. Instead, they cupped their fists and said to Lin Ling, "All right, you can all go back." Lin Ling nodded. These experts were once people of the 9 continents. They came from the 9 continents and the 10,000 realms. They had accidentally wandered into the One World Mountain and had been brought to the Eternal Kingdom. Now that they had returned, they naturally wanted to go back and take a look. "Benefactor, may I know your name? We will repay you in the future." 2 Luo men also bowed to Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling." Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said with a smile, "Benefactor Lin Ling." Upon hearing this, 2 Luo men and the others bowed to Lin Ling. Old Hai said, "I wonder how we can find Benefactor Lin Ling. After going to the final world, I believe that there won't be many people who don't know me. Therefore, if you casually mention my name, there should be people who know where I live." Lin Ling said, "Benefactor must be a famous person in the 9 continents void." "Nonsense, how could he not be a famous person when he is so powerful?" "Benefactor, we will take our leave first. We will definitely pay you a visit in the future." After saying goodbye, they immediately scattered and left. Of course, because they were all from the Eternal Kingdom, most of them left voice transmission talismans so that they could meet and help each other in the future. Lin Ling watched them leave and smiled. Then he led the group of old demons forward again. The overall strength of these experts from the Eternal Kingdom was very strong. If they were allowed to join the God-Slayer Alliance, the God-Slayer Alliance would undoubtedly become stronger. Moreover, Lin Ling also thought of the tens of thousands of experts who had been assimilated by the flame of the human king in the spiritual light city. Although these experts weren't from the God-Slayer Alliance, as long as Lin Ling called for them, they would immediately bow down to him. Unless their divine fetus surpassed Lin Ling's flame of the human king, only then would they be able to escape from his control. However, Lin Ling's flame of the human king was now a fifth-stage innate divine fetus. It was undoubtedly very difficult to surpass it. We are about to reach the final world. Lin Ling continued forward. In the direction of his gaze, a huge city gate appeared in the void. Behind the city gate was an ancient and vast continent. That was naturally the final world. As for the huge city gate, it was Heaven Pass City. Back then, Lin Ling had escaped from this place and returned with his head held high. Now, he had returned from this border gate. However, compared to his previous exaltation, Lin Ling's current state of mind was incomparably calm and unperturbed. 4,000 years of bitter cultivation had left his heart without any ripples. The only thing he missed was his wife, son, grandfather, and mother. Leading the group of dragon demons, Lin Ling strode toward the city gate. With a glance, he immediately discovered that compared to back then, the overall strength of the current cultivators had increased by a lot. Back then, divine fetus were hard to find. Now, divine embryos were running around everywhere like dogs. Chapter 4230. Everyone, do you have a jade pass? Yes. Just as Lin Ling approached, a cold shout was heard. The guards at the city gate blocked Lin Ling's path. Seeing this, the dragon demons snorted and released a powerful aura. They were now experts at the peak of the martial god realm and possessed the innate dragon god's bloodline. It could be said that after so many years of tempering, they were no longer dragon demons but real dragons. Such a large group would have been enough to shake Heaven Pass City in the past. After all, this was a group of experts comparable to the leaders of the 9 states' 10 evils. However, after the 9 states' investiture of the gods and the return of the gods, the 9 states' void was no longer the same as before. There were many experts. Therefore, even though the dragon demons and the others had terrifying auras, the group of guards were only surprised and not afraid. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his hand and stopped the dragon demon's anger. He said calmly, "My name is Lin Ling, a trial taker of the 4 great gods." Now, his goal was to go home and have a look. Therefore, he did not intend to cause any trouble. Lin Ling. The guards frowned. Then, a thick ancient book appeared in their hands and they began to read it. Next, they looked up and one of them said with a frown, "There's no such person as Lin Ling." Lin Ling had disappeared for 150 years. 100 years ago, there was no news of Lin Ling among the 4 great gods. It was as if Lin Ling had fallen. 100 years later, Lin Ling's soul returned. Although it shocked Lei Gong, he did not see Lin Ling. Therefore, the news of his death did not change. This also meant that Lin Ling was not qualified to enter the city. In fact, if a famous figure like Lin Ling had not fallen, no one would have dared to stop him from entering the city. Unfortunately, he had disappeared for 150 years. This period of time was neither short nor long. Everything remained the same, but the people had changed. Lin Ling, right? It doesn't matter if you are real or fake, alive or dead, but your name is not in the records of the current clearance. This means that you are not qualified to enter the final world. The leader of the guards coldly said, "Of course, if you know someone in the final world, they can protect you. If not, then scram." This person obviously knew the name Lin Ling, but he didn't believe that Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, even if he was still alive, with Lin Ling's strength, he couldn't be arrogant. "You're telling me to get lost?" Hearing this, Lin Ling finally smiled. It was a cold smile. "I gave you face, but you don't want it? I've already been very nice to you. I've given you a chance to call out the people of the final world and guarantee your entry. If it were anyone else, I would have already chased them away." The guard captain looked at Lin Ling fearlessly. He was at the advanced stage of the martial god realm and possessed an acquired divine embryo. His strength was also formidable. Incomparable. Of course, this was what he thought. Call out the people of the final world? Lin Ling laughed again. He hadn't returned home for 150 years. Treasures such as voice transmission jade talismans had long turned into ashes in the time passage. Unless Lin Ling used his soul force to inform the people of Snow City. However, Lin Ling had just returned and he couldn't even return home. Moreover, he had to inform others to welcome him. This was obviously a joke. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you don't give way, then I'll have to force my way in. Although Lin Ling didn't want to waste time and entered the city according to the rules, Heaven Pass City had given him an even more time-consuming path. Therefore, he chose the simplest way. Haha. Hearing this, the guards burst into laughter. The experts passing by the city gate were also laughing non-stop. Force his way into Heaven Pass City? Did this person think that he was a big shot? Or did he think that his strength was comparable to the city lord and he wasn't afraid of the gods? 3. Ignoring everyone's sneers, Lin Ling calmly counted. After he finished, he finally nodded gently. Then, he passed by the guards and headed for the city gate. This action undoubtedly shocked everyone. That man really dared to break in. Stay here. Seeing this, the guard also roared angrily. However, before he could attack Lin Ling, the dragon god roared in front of him. This also made everyone turn their heads and see countless dragon gods rushing over in an overwhelming manner. These dragons each had their own characteristics and their colors were all different. It was as if the dragon race had arrived. Rumble. The dragons charged forward, and no one could stop them. Even the city gate collapsed. And this was obviously a forceful attack. Kill, kill, kill him. The guards were either dead or injured. Some sat on the ground, their eyes red as they let out ferocious cries. However, just as he finished speaking, his head was swallowed by a dragon. How terrifying! The people also saw the dragons wreaking havoc and were all trembling in fear. Those who didn't know the situation were even more confused because the dragon race had arrived. Who are you? How dare you break into Heaven Pass City? On the streets of the city, more experts came to inquire. They looked at the scene near the city gate from afar and were all shocked. Because in all these years, it wasn't that no one had dared to break into Heaven Pass City. However, the breaking in now was obviously different. It was breaking through the city gate. If gods and Buddhas blocked them, they would destroy Buddhas. You're courting death. Therefore, those powerhouses were all furious. They stared at the street and saw a blue-robed young man. At this moment, he was walking slowly with his hands behind his back. Behind him were countless dragon gods. This also let them know that the blue-robed young man was the main culprit. However, to summon so many dragons at once, could it be the dragon king of the dragon race? Just as they rushed over, the dragon gods in the distance also roared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was terrifying. Rumble. The first batch of guards were all dead. Bang, bang, bang. The second batch of guards, 90% of them were dead. The third batch. The fourth batch. Blood spewed and splattered on the ground. All the guards of Heaven Pass City had arrived, but they couldn't stop the terrifying dragon gods at all and were unilaterally slaughtered. Who is this person? He's too arrogant. Some of the warriors in Heaven Pass City were also attracted by the commotion. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. I think I heard that it's Lin Ling. Someone said solemnly. Lin Ling, the Lin Ling who died 150 years ago? Heavens, this must be fake. I don't know. However, if this person isn't Lin Ling, then this person has committed a heinous crime. Bullshit, even if he really is Lin Ling, isn't he too arrogant? Does he think the people of Heaven Pass City are ants? Seeing the dragon gods sweep through everything, many people were shocked and angry. Lin Ling. On the street, a large group of people was walking slowly. When they heard Lin Ling's name, their hearts trembled inexplicably. 100 years ago, there were rumors that Lin Ling wasn't dead. After waiting for 50 years, Lin Ling has finally appeared. Chapter 4231. Lin Ling, is it really Lin Ling? On the other side of the restaurant, a young man in luxurious robes slammed the table and stood up excitedly. As soon as he stood up, the others also stood up one after another and smiled excitedly. These people were dressed in luxurious robes and had a powerful royal aura. They were from the 7th Imperial Alliance. The young man in the lead was naturally the 7th Prince. He obviously did not expect to hear news about Lin Ling after just returning from the myriad worlds. As for whether Lin Ling was dead or not, he did not care at all. After experiencing the investiture of the gods in the 9 states, he was no longer the same as before. He had a deity position, a powerful lower deity position. Therefore, it was fine if Lin Ling was dead. If he was still alive, he wanted to trample on Lin Ling. 150 years ago, during the investiture of the gods in the 9 states, Lin Ling failed to enter the divine circle. If this guy is still alive, he should not have come back. If he did, he would only be ridiculed and humiliated. Let's go and see this trash. The 7th Prince laughed and walked along the street. Without a doubt, the famous experts in Heaven Pass City were attracted by the person who had disappeared for 100 years. They wanted to see if this was a miracle. Was Lin Ling, who was destroyed by the divine circle and not recognized by the gods, still alive? Rumble. The huge Heaven Pass City looked like it was about to collapse. Many houses collapsed and rolled in the sky like straw. On the chaotic street, a figure was walking slowly. His pace was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he had crossed hundreds of meters. Behind him, the sky and earth were filled with dragon gods, roaring continuously as if they were protecting him. How majestic! The people in the distance looked at this scene and could not help but feel envious. With this domineering scene, they clearly believed that the person was Lin Ling. They also did not expect that Lin Ling, who had disappeared for 100 years, would return in such a crazy way. Lin Ling, is that you? At this moment, a large number of people appeared on the side of the street. Then, they stared at the blue-robed man who was slowly walking over. The woman in the lead narrowed her eyes and immediately became excited. She was the true disciple of Miao Xin, Princess Tian. Moreover, she was the first person to recognize Lin Ling. The others were still suspicious. Princess Tian, is he Lin Ling? At the side, a man wearing an exquisite long robe with long hair cascading down his back said with a frown. He was naturally Dragon Fong. 100 years ago, when Lin Ling went to Miao Xin's true inheritance to trade for the divine spring, he was present at the time. Moreover, he thought that with his status, he would be able to make Lin Ling suffer a loss. But in the end, Lin Ling didn't even put him in his eyes. Instead, he suffered a loss. However, Princess Tian did not speak. She still looked at Lin Ling excitedly with tears in the depths of her eyes. 150 years. Back then, when she learned that Lin Ling had fallen in the realm of the gods, Princess Tian took a full 10 years to accept this reality. This was because in her heart, Lin Ling and the man in her heart had merged into one. He was omnipotent. However, there was often a big gap between dreams and reality. That omnipotent man would still fall. Now, seeing Lin Ling return, she finally smiled. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of being called the heavenly voice of the gods. He was able to escape the destruction of heaven and earth and return once again. Moreover, he used such a domineering method to announce to the world that he was still alive. Stop, I'm asking you if you're Lin Ling. Seeing that Princess Tian did not speak, Dragon Fong also shouted coldly. Lin Ling, who was on the street, looked at Dragon Fong indifferently, then nodded calmly and said, yes. There was no then. He didn't even look at him anymore. He continued to move forward. This was because Lin Ling only wanted to go home now. He didn't have time to waste here. More importantly, Lin Ling had experienced 4,000 years of cultivation. Many of his former opponents were no longer a match for him now. They were like passers-by. To be able to make him nod was already giving him enough face. Seeing that Lin Ling's actions were simple and he didn't even bother to say a word, Dragon Fong was undoubtedly a little dumbfounded. In his opinion, Lin Ling's return would definitely be very proud and arrogant. However, all of this was too calm. Even the way he looked at Dragon Fong was as if he was looking at a passerby. Lin Ling, stop right there. However, It was also because of this that Dragon Fong was also certain that this person was Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was the only one who was so unruly and arrogant. However, on the street, Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he didn't hear anything. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Such disregard undoubtedly made Dragon Fong feel very stifled in his heart. After all, he was a boundary deity in supreme golden pattern robe. When had he ever been humiliated like this? I'm in a hurry. I just want to go home quietly. At this time, Lin Ling seemed to know that if he didn't say anything, that person would probably keep nagging. Therefore, he spoke indifferently. Go home quietly. Dragon Fong looked behind Lin Ling. There, the dragons were sweeping everything and turning the world upside down. This was still quiet? Quiet my ass. Heaven Pass City was almost turned upside down by you. For a moment, he and Princess Tin were stunned on the street and couldn't say anything. However, they only stood on the side of the street and didn't block the road. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't care about them and even had the time to talk to them. Instead, at this time, a large number of people appeared in front of Lin Ling and blocked the road tightly. Lin Ling, it's really... You've finally returned after disappearing for 150 years. A cold voice suddenly echoed in Heaven Pass City, attracting the attention of the experts in the distance. It's the seventh prince. Someone said in a stern voice. They never thought the seventh prince would show up here and stop Lin Ling. Besides, after the appearance of the seventh prince and God Miao's true succession, the crowd finally confirmed that the arrogant young man was Lin Ling. It's really Lin Ling, and his cultivation has reached the 9th layer martial god realm. Two figures stood at the top of a tall tower, staring at the scene below. They were the city lords and the vice city lords of Heaven Pass City. They were obviously infuriated previously as someone had dared to destroy their Heaven Pass City. However, they finally knew who was so arrogant, thus they did not attack for the time being. After all, Lin Ling was quite reputable 100 years ago. He had once dominated the 36 academies with his arrogance, thus he was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 4232. That should be the case. He has disappeared for 100 years, which means that he has missed 100 years. In addition, he did not gain any benefits from the investiture of the 9 states. He will definitely be drowned out by the times. On the other hand, the 7th prince has returned to his position as a god. Back then, he was a mountain emperor of the West Sea in the era of the gods. Now, he has the divine light on his body. His divine fetus has reached the 3rd grade. They said calmly. In the past 100 years, they had witnessed the strength of the 9 states and knew that the 9 states had reached an era of explosive growth. Lin Ling had missed this era and could no longer catch up with others. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. At this moment, on the street, the 7th prince took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ling calmly. When he saw Lin Ling previously, he was undoubtedly very excited, because he also wanted Lin Ling to see him after 100 years. Yes, I'm not dead. Lin Ling stared at the 7th prince and recognized him. Then he nodded and said, although he did not want to waste time here, he also knew that with the 7th prince's current strength, the dragon demons were no match for him. Lin Ling had to take action personally. When you see me again, do you feel that the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years? The 7th prince said again. Lin Ling shook his head. No, everything is the same as before. Ah, Lin Ling, stop pretending. You've been missing for 152 years. I'm guessing that you must have been hiding somewhere. That's because you saw the investiture of the gods in the 9 states. Those who were once weaker than you became much stronger. You felt inferior and afraid. That's why you hid. Hearing this, the 7th prince laughed contemptuously. However, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Lin Ling, you are finally back. Now that you have seen me, who is stronger than you, what do you have to say? Get lost, don't waste my time. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently and shook his head again. Keep pretending. But if you want to leave, you can. You just have to crawl under my pants. Then I, the 7th prince, will spare your life. The 7th prince took a step forward and laughed excitedly. Behind him, The people of the 7th Imperial Alliance were also laughing. Lin Ling had defeated them in the past, and now he was paying them back for the humiliation they had suffered in the past. Of course, for better or for worse, you were once a trial taker. Although you've been removed from the list, I'll still give you face. Therefore, I'll give you a chance to fight me. If you win, I'll let you pass. The 7th prince continued. Hearing this, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the 7th prince's crotch. He suddenly recalled that 100 years ago, he had crippled the 7th prince's dragon root. This guy had lost his dragon root, yet he still dared to open his crotch? Of course, he was merely thinking about it. After all, he had experienced 4,000 years of bitter closed-door cultivation. He didn't feel that such a small matter was worth mentioning. However, although Lin Ling did not say anything sarcastic, the 7th prince could tell from his shaking gaze that Lin Ling was mocking him for not being a man. His face instantly turned red. He roared, "Lin Ling, fight me. If you win, you won't have to crawl under my pants." Boom. With that, he unleashed his innate godly embryo, which had reached the 3rd rank. His body glowed with divine light, more than twice as powerful as before. Do you see? This is the divine light. It's the symbol of returning to godhood. Do you have it? Do you have it? Lin Ling, you don't have a godhood. In your previous life, you were an ordinary person, an ant. How can you compare yourself to me? You're still a 1st-rank godly embryo. Let me tell you, I'm a 3rd-rank godly embryo. The 7th prince continued to unleash his aura, shaking the entire Heaven Pass city. As soon as the divine light appeared, it enveloped the entire area. Those who only had acquired godly embryos trembled and fell to their knees. Even those with innate godly embryos found it difficult to breathe. Divine light, this was the supreme light of the apotheosis. The trial taker, the 7th prince, is indeed powerful. Since the apotheosis of the 9 states, many people's strength has increased greatly. Their godly embryos have improved, and many people have been born with godly embryos. However, there are some people who are blessed by nature and have returned to godhood. The 7th prince is one of them. Yes, I heard that those who have returned to godhood have recovered some of their memories and learned the cultivation methods of the past. Tsk, if they were gods in their previous life, they can cultivate with twice the result with half the effort in this life. The 7th prince has only returned to godhood. I heard that there are even more terrifying people who have returned to godhood. That's the most terrifying thing. The city lord and vice city lord sighed. Then, they stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. At this moment, they were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances at all. However, Lin Ling's disappearance for 150 years might not be a waste of time. Let's wait and see. He should have his own divine light. Of course, although they were not optimistic about Lin Ling had been in the limelight back then. Therefore, the vice city lord was also looking forward to it. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense and walked forward step by step. There was no fluctuation of boundary essence on his body. He was very ordinary. Not to mention divine light, he did not even show his godly embryos. This scene undoubtedly stunned the 7th prince. He instantly knew that Lin Ling had lived for the past 150 years in vain. As for the city lord and vice city lord of Heaven Pass City, they shook their heads helplessly. They knew that Lin Ling only had one choice, and that was to crawl through the 7th prince's crotch. Lin Ling, are you not going to resist at all? Are you planning to crawl through my crotch? Have you really wasted your 150 years? Seeing that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer, the 7th prince laughed contemptuously. 7th prince, I'm going to attack. Be careful. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. However, when the 7th prince heard these words, he laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. As for the people of the 7th Emperor Alliance, they were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Some of them took out their imperial wine and drank it calmly. Others took out their fans and waited for Lin Ling to crawl through their crotch. They obviously thought that Lin Ling's words were a joke. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not be bothered to say anything more. He walked up to the 7th prince and threw out a light punch. Ha! That punch did not contain any godly energy or godly embryos. Therefore, the people of the Seventh Emperor Alliance laughed even harder. The seventh prince shook his head in disdain. Next, he wanted to use his divine light to block Lin Ling's punch and let Lin Ling know his inferiority. However, Lin Ling's seemingly ordinary punch easily broke his divine light. At this moment, the seventh prince's eyes narrowed. How could Lin Ling's punch be so powerful? He did not know that Lin Ling had 7 dantians, and the boundary essence he gathered was not to be underestimated. In addition to his terrifying physical strength, he could defeat the seventh prince without even using the innate talent fusion. DN. Chapter 42-33. Boom. The punch landed on the seventh prince's stomach. Then, a ferocious energy surged out from his back. The Seventh Imperial Alliance's strong cultivators behind the seventh prince were all blown away. They didn't look like they were enjoying themselves anymore. Instead, they looked miserable. Moreover, the force didn't stop there. It crashed into the buildings in front of them and destroyed everything. A path that seemed to have been carved out by a catastrophe appeared before everyone's eyes. As for the seventh prince, he fell forward onto Lin Ling's body. He spat out blood and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Get lost. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He grabbed his neck and slammed him forward. Boom. More than 10 meters in front of him, the seventh prince smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack. The power of one punch. The seventh prince was defeated. The entire Heaven Pass City was dead silent. On the tallest tower in Heaven Pass City, the city governor and vice city governor were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. What punch was that? Why was it so powerful? Looking at Lin Ling again, his face was calm, without any pride or arrogance. It was as if he was doing the most normal thing. He continued to stride forward, walking towards the seventh prince on the ground, and then stepped over him. The seventh prince wanted Lin Ling to crawl under his pants. Who knew that he would crawl under Lin Ling's pants? Of course, the seventh prince was the son of heaven. How could he bear the humiliation of being crawled under? Therefore, he struggled to stand up. However, when Lin Ling stepped over him, he felt a fierce force on him, preventing him from turning over. In the end, he could only watch as Lin Ling stepped over him. Lin Ling, go. Only after Lin Ling left did he let out a loud roar. 150 years had passed. He thought that he could wash away the humiliation, but who knew that he was even worse than before? Because he couldn't even block one of Lin Ling's attacks. Back then, he could at least exchange a few blows with Lin Ling. Most importantly, after Lin Ling defeated him, he didn't say anything. This was a kind of disdain, a disdain that didn't put him in his eyes at all. I'm a god. I've already become a god. I have 150 years more cultivation time than you. Lin Ling, it's impossible. You can't defeat me. Thinking of this, the seventh prince roared hysterically. He had lost his mind. Looking at his crazy appearance, the crowd's faces turned pale. They could understand the seventh prince's unwillingness. After all, in terms of talent, cultivation time, and experience, the seventh prince was above Lin Ling. It was impossible for Lin Ling to win. 150 years? I'm sorry, but I've been cultivating for 4,000 years. However, at this time, from the distant Heaven Pass City, Lin Ling's voice drifted over like a gust of wind, causing everyone to tremble in fear. 4,000 years of cultivation. If that was the case, then Lin Ling was more powerful than the seventh prince. This was excusable. However, where did Lin Ling go? He had been cultivating in that place for 4,000 years. Lin Ling, you're no longer a participant. You've trampled the entire Heaven Pass City under your feet. Do you think you can leave just like that? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave in a domineering manner, a cold voice finally sounded. It was the city governor. Then he disappeared from the top of the tower. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. With his hands behind his back, he blocked Lin Ling's path. You must give me an explanation before you can leave, the city governor said calmly. However, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. When Lin Ling defeated the seventh prince, even he couldn't see how Lin Ling did it. Therefore, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't as weak as he appeared to be. There were many monstrous geniuses in the investiture of the 9 provinces. Now Lin Ling had returned. He was still a monstrous genius. Of course, although Lin Ling was mysterious, he was an expert who had surpassed the martial god realm. He had been titled as a god. This title wasn't a title from the era of gods. It was a title of the current era because he wasn't a god in his previous life. However, this was enough for him to be confident that he could suppress Lin Ling. "You're trying to stop me." Lin Ling was still walking in the air with his hands behind his back. His face was as calm as an ancient well. How calm? With just a glance, the city governor was shocked. Looking at Lin Ling, it was as if he was looking at a god. "That's right. You have to give me an explanation." However, the city governor still believed that he could suppress Lin Ling. "You can't stop me." Lin Ling spoke again. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious soul force gushed out. The step of wisdom. Rumble. The sky suddenly became oppressive, and the air of the entire final world seemed to fluctuate. Looking at the city lord, he was sealed in a soul force space. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through this soul force space. Lin Ling walked past him slowly and stopped in his tracks. Looking at the trapped city lord, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "Too weak." After saying that, he strode forward. "Lin Ling." Within the square-shaped soul force space, the city lord also let out a loud roar and attacked madly. Rumble. However, he still couldn't break the space's restraint. On the ground, the people looked up at the city governor who seemed to have gone crazy. They were all dumbfounded. Even a god was sealed? This was way too absurd. In the end, they could only watch as Lin Ling disappeared. When the world was completely silent, the people felt as if they had gone through a great calamity and were relieved. Although he's only at the peak of the martial god realm, I don't know why I feel so pressured by him. Yeah, it's like seeing a god. In short, Lin Ling is back. The people were discussing spiritedly. The city governor in the sky was freed. However, his face was pale as he looked into the distance. His eyes were constantly trembling. Lin Ling had sealed him with just a glance. The gap between their strength was too big. What kind of limit had Lin Ling reached? And when Lin Ling walked towards Snow-Blowing City, the news of his return was like a rolling snowball, sweeping across the entire final world. What? Lin Ling is back? This guy is abnormal. He's actually still alive. It seems like the rumor from 100 years ago is true. So what if he's back? The current Jojo is no longer the same as it was in the past. He's only back to be humiliated. I really don't understand why he's so stupid. It's fine that he's back, but why did he have to make such a big fuss? Some people were happy, while others were gloating. Everyone had their own thoughts. At the same time, the 4 gods also received the news. Among them, Lei Gong was overjoyed. He was so excited that he paced back and forth in Lei Gong's hall. If it weren't for the fact that he had something important to do, he would have rushed to Snow City. Looking at the excited Lei Gong, the trial testers had complicated expressions. "Lord Lei Gong, the number of trial testers has been filled." Suddenly, someone looked at Lei Gong and said, "Ask one of them to get lost and leave a place for Lin Ling." However, Lei Gong didn't think much about it and laughed directly. The trial tester who had been eliminated had a dark look on his face. He clenched his fist so hard that blue veins could be seen on his fist. Chapter 4234. On the other side, a woman sat cross-legged in a world of darkness. She seemed to have disappeared from the world and blended into the darkness. "Great Empress, Lin Ling is back." At this moment, a voice echoed in the dark world, causing the woman to open her eyes instantly. A ray of light that was darker than the world bloomed. She was stunned for a long time. Finally, a cold smile appeared on her face. The same thing was happening on the other side. This was the realm of the gods. Rumble. A naked man was fighting a huge divine beast Qilin with his ferocious physical body. This man was so powerful that he was on par with the ancient divine beast Qilin. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, the divine beast Qilin was torn apart by him. Then he began to eat its flesh. A Qilin from the era of the gods? Hee, you didn't die in the catastrophe back then. Instead, you died in my hands. I don't know if you're unlucky or lucky. The man grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. At this moment, a voice transmission suddenly came, causing his eyes to light up. He abandoned the divine beast Qilin and strode forward in the realm of the gods. Lin Ling, you're not dead yet. Good. You're not dead yet. Then, what awaits you is the investiture of the gods in the 9 states in 100 years. Let's see how you're going to block it. At this moment, in the distant void, a huge ancient black battleship was flying slowly. The battleship was completely black, as if it had blended into the void. Its speed was incomparably fast. One moment, it would enter the void, and the next moment, it would appear again. With such speed and stealth, unless a god was here, no one would be able to detect it. The massive battleship was divided into individual rooms, and in each room, there was a powerhouse cultivating. Looking at the ceiling and floor of the battleship, there were lines and lines. Brilliant light flowed along these lines, as if they were incomparably rich spiritual energy. These rays of light entered the individual rooms one by one, causing the strength of the cultivators cultivating inside to rise crazily. Tisk, I'm afraid that even the 4 gods don't have such a treasure ship. The people behind the scenes of the spirit nation are indeed terrifying. In one of the single rooms, a man whose body was completely transparent opened his eyes and smiled. Xianxia, I've received news that Lin Ling has returned. At this moment, a fist-sized ghost floating beside him spoke. Lin Ling. The man's eyes lit up and his heartbeat quickened. He revealed a bloodthirsty smile and said, I will kill him with my own hands. At the same time, an elegant middle-aged man was standing in front of a plum tree in the snowy sky. He smiled faintly and said, born with jade bones and ice skin. He was skinny and he knew who he was. Cold bottom, proud frost and snow. At this moment, a voice transmission arrived, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change slightly. He then burst out laughing, this Lin Ling is finally back. I knew he wouldn't die so easily. And he was naturally Minister Ning. The 4 great gods now have countless experts. Young Qilin, Yusheng, Yang Shi, and other experts. These are all people that the spirit nation wants to recruit. Now that Lin Ling has joined, it seems like it's about time for the power hidden in their bodies to erupt. Minister Ning looked ahead with an unfathomable expression. Then he caught a plum blossom floating in front of him and shook his head, saying, a plum blossom that doesn't fear winter. No matter how proud it is, it can't escape the shackles of heaven and earth. Without a doubt, the entire final world, and even the void of the 9 states, was about to be affected. The reason for all of this was that Lin Ling had returned. Therefore, outside Snow City, a large number of experts had gathered. They were all looking into the distance with excitement. In front of the city gate, it was also overcrowded. They were looking into the distance. Is Lin Ling coming back? Soft voices, like thoughts, floated back to 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Lin Ling left a letter saying, wait for me. Therefore, they had waited for 50 years. However, Lin Ling still hadn't returned. This made people wonder if it was a dream. In fact, Lin Ling was already dead. But now, Lin Ling had finally returned. He's here. At this time, someone shouted. In the distance, a group of dragons roared. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a man in a blue and white robe was walking over with a smile. His big sword was behind him, and his long hair was tied up. Everything was just like before. Brother Ling. In the crowd, Yu was the first to shout. Her eyes were moist. In fact, Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts for so many years. It wasn't that he had never tried to be separated by life and death. However, most of the time, Lin Ling came back very quickly. This was the first time in 150 years. Therefore, it was no wonder that Yu and the others thought that Lin Ling was dead. Lin Ling, and Yuer, Xian Yuanga, and the others looked at the man in the distance with excitement. Father! Ling, Everyone shouted excitedly. Moreover, when they looked at the majestic man, Their mood was also incomparably surging. Although he had disappeared for 150 years, Lin Ling's return wasn't low-key. He was still as arrogant as before. Even though the current Zhou was no longer the same as it was in the past, and it was an era of prosperity, Lin Ling was still as proud as ever. This child is finally back. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu couldn't help but laugh. Great leader! Then, orderly shouts rang out from both inside and outside the city. Looking around, Snow Wind City could be said to be filled with experts. Because all the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance had returned, their auras were incomparably powerful. However, no matter how powerful they had become, the man in front of them was still their great leader. The battle at the Kaiyuan River, the God Slayer Alliance, it was this man who led them to glory. All of this couldn't be erased. Second brother is indeed perverted. He actually came back alive. In the crowd, Sakura was so excited that his body trembled. Then, afraid that he was dreaming, he immediately gave young Beast Lord beside him a hard slap. Young Beast Lord was undoubtedly stunned by the slap. He scolded, "Why did you hit me? I wanted to see if I was dreaming. However, since you can feel pain, it means that it's not a dream." Sakura was still looking into the distance as he said excitedly, "Fuck, why didn't you hit yourself?" However, young Beast Lord didn't take it to heart. Instead, he scolded jokingly, because in reality, he was also afraid that he was dreaming. Behind them, the leaders of the ancient demon race and the Creation Alliance were also present. Looking at the figure in the distance, they all laughed. Now, in this turbulent era, the great leader of our God Slayer Alliance has finally returned. Lu Chen said indifferently, "Yeah, the God Slayer Alliance is a big tree that attracts the wind. Without a strong leader holding the fort, we are lacking in confidence. Now that our flag has returned, our backs should be strong." Chapter 42-35. This was because they had watched Lin Ling grow up. Back then, he was already stronger than them. Now, 150 years later, his strength had probably surpassed them by even more. Although it was strange to say that they were being led by a junior, they were convinced by Lin Ling's abilities. Just as they were waiting, dust suddenly spread out from all directions of snow-blowing city, and the ground continued to shake. "Lin Lingha, you're back. Let me meet you and see if your cultivation has improved in the past 100 years. Lin Ling, you're still alive? Go to hell. Back then, during the battle at the Kaiyuan River, my master died in your hands. Come and fight." Countless murderous voices rang out. Among them were the experts of the God 3 halls from the 36 academies, as well as the 9 prefectures' old monsters. One had to know that back then, Lin Ling was in the limelight and had already offended countless people. However, at that time, Lin Ling was very strong and was a trial taker. Therefore, no one dared to speak out. After 100 years, their strength had greatly increased. In addition, Lin Ling was no longer a trial taker. Therefore, they had nothing to fear. Therefore, after Lin Ling appeared, they ignored the God Slayer Alliance and pounced on Lin Ling. "How dare you!" Seeing the group of people acting so crazily, the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance were enraged and wanted to help. However, someone stopped them. "Our great leader has returned. How can such a lowly person be able to stop him?" The one who spoke was the young Beast Lord. But someone said worriedly, "What? Are you looking down on your leader?" The young Beast Lord stared at the person who spoke. The latter opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. "That's right. Second brother is back. Let's show them what the leader of the God Slayer Alliance is like." That Di Shirtian suddenly thought of something and also shouted loudly. He obviously knew that Lin Ling's return had attracted the attention of the entire void of the 9 prefectures. If Lin Ling couldn't even deal with some small fries, then the entire void of the 9 prefectures would laugh at the God-slaying alliance. At that time, the God-Slayer Alliance's momentum would also plummet. Moreover, they all knew Lin Ling's character. Since he had chosen to return, he would definitely not return sneakily. "How dare you!" Upon seeing a large number of powerhouses swarming over, the dragons behind Lin Ling also let out deep growls. However, Lin Ling raised his fist. He obviously knew that there were countless gazes on him now, and many people wanted to see him, Lin Ling, make a fool of himself. So, Lin Ling knew that there were some things that he had to deal with personally. I just came back. How about giving me some face? Lin Ling said indifferently as he stepped forward. It seemed like a calm sentence, but it carried a domineering aura. What face do you have? The powerhouses who were charging over were also extremely powerful. They snorted disdainfully and didn't give him any face. Now, they were all at the peak of the martial god realm and possessed the innate divine embryo. All of them had more than 50 strands of divine power. 50 strands of divine power. In the past, they would be the number one person below the leaders of the 9 prefectures. So, this was also an era of explosive growth. So, they were confident that they could defeat Lin Ling. Why bother? Lin Ling shook his head indifferently, but the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't weaken. Seeing that the God-Slayer alliance didn't come to help, he immediately knew what they were thinking. He had made them worry for 100 years. Let them see the strength that Lin Ling had painstakingly cultivated for 4,000 years. Lin Ling didn't use any martial arts, divine embryo, or divine power at all. He just walked forward. Azure Cloud Divine Axe. At this moment, a huge divine axe arrived first. It cut through the sky as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. There were more than 60 strands of divine power mixed in the axe. Moreover, the divine axe had absorbed the metal essence of heaven and earth, causing weapons to be shot over from afar to be absorbed by the divine axe. Bang! However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the sky as he punched out. Rumble! The divine axe was smashed by the punch, and metal splattered everywhere. The powerhouse who had attacked with the axe opened his mouth wide. He knew that Lin Ling was very powerful in the past, and even now, he didn't have the confidence to kill Lin Ling with a single blow. However, he had never expected that Lin Ling would block his attack with just a single punch. Rumble! While he was still in shock, Lin Ling punched him. A sound wave hit him, and the air and spiritual chi were compressed by a powerful force. It was like a spiritual chi cannon that quickly passed by him. Bang! The powerhouse's body exploded, and he died. Bang! 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 After killing him, Lin Ling didn't stop punching. This caused bloody mist to explode in the sky. Those powerhouses were killed before they could even make a move. Even if they made a move, they couldn't block Lin Ling's punch. Any divine power, divine fetus, and divine might were all destroyed. This also caused the sky to seem as if it was blooming with gorgeous fireworks. All kinds of energy were blooming and then scattered on the ground. Amidst the terrifying energy, a figure slowly walked out. Looking at him, it was as if he was walking in his own backyard. This was a shocking scene. The members of the God-Slayer alliance curled their lips. As expected of the big leader. It's the power of his physical body. I wonder what limit the big leader's physical body has reached. Someone said excitedly. Such a domineering and all-powerful person. This was the big leader of the God-Slayer alliance. This is the so-called shameless. Sakura was originally worried, but after seeing Lin Ling killing in all directions, he finally felt relieved. After all, he also knew that many of those people were the experts of the new heavenly court. When Lin Ling saw the gods, a large number of people in the new heavenly court were killed by the gods. So today, those people were obviously here for revenge. However, this scene was so familiar. Because that year, there was also a great battle in front of Snow-Blowing City. A large number of powerhouses died because of Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling was personally taking action. Lin Ling's strength is still so powerful. This is normal. 100 years have passed. Lin Ling can't be standing still. However, compared to the other challengers, his improvement is still small. It seems that those people can't stop him. Far away, many people were also watching and discussing animatedly. At this time, another group of powerhouses came from afar. Looking carefully, they were all dressed differently. They seemed to be from different camps. Their strength was similar to the previous group, but there were more of them. No one knew who called them here. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. After a slight flash of light, a black token appeared in his hand. Underworld World Massacre Order. Chapter 4236. As soon as the Underworld Massacre Order appeared, Lin Ling threw it behind him without even looking at it, causing the bronze door to open. The reason why Lin Ling used the Underworld Massacre Order was that he was too lazy to do anything. He didn't have the time to waste on this group of people. Moreover, using the Underworld Massacre Order as an ending, Lin Ling wanted to announce his return. This was also a domineering return. What's that? The legendary Underworld Massacre Order. Heavens, this is something that can kill the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. What the hell is going on? We were only ordered to test Lin Ling, but Lin Ling is using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He even used such a precious treasure to deal with us. Seeing the ancient bronze door slowly open, the people who were originally rushing towards Lin Ling were now shocked speechless. Using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. This was undoubtedly the best way to describe it. Those onlookers were also trembling in fear because they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so forthright. Save me! Next, those powerful experts who were originally surging with momentum all fled in all directions, hating their parents for not giving them a pair of legs. Even the people who were watching the show were afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they fled far away. Rumble. The bronze door kept opening, and wisps of white gas spewed out. After that, a netherworld general wearing pitch-black armor and riding a netherworld horse slowly walked out. He held a netherworld saber in his hand and swung it forward fiercely. Hulu, Hulu, father. Hulu. A command in the language of the underworld surged out from his mouth. Behind him, a large number of underworld riders charged out as well. It was as if they were ghostly soldiers, and they occupied the entire world. This time, the netherworld riders were dispatched. They were even stronger than the netherworld soldiers from before. Heaven and earth suddenly became like the netherworld. Ghostly wind whistled, causing people to shudder. That terrifying scene made even the people of the God-Slayer Alliance open their mouths in shock. Their leader was indeed heroic. In a short period of time, in the distance of snow-blowing city, no one dared to look for trouble. Those who had tried to clamor before were now either dead or injured and had fled far away. This should be the meaning of, close the door and let the dog out. However, this dog is a bit fierce. Lu Chen was speechless as he looked ahead. He knew that Lin Ling, who had already caused a sensation in the final world after the domineering Underworld Order of World Massacre, had risen up in an instant and regained his former glory. With no one stopping him, Lin Ling finally reached the ground. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked towards the crowd. Big Brother Ling. Everyone also looked at Lin Ling, and then they all pounced on him. Lin Ling's thoughts seemed to have returned to 4,000 years ago. He looked at the crowd as if he had endless things to say. Without a doubt, the snow-blowing city today was undoubtedly very lively. The final world was also surging like an undercurrent. The former trial taker had returned, and this had caused a series of reactions. After all, the trial taker was no small matter. In addition, this trial taker was Lin Ling. He defeated an expert with a first-grade divine embryo with a single punch? This Lin Ling is indeed much stronger than before. However, this kind of strength is only not to be underestimated. It hasn't reached the level of awe. What happened later? Later, a group of experts came out of nowhere and wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling used the Underworld Order of World Massacre. The Underworld Order of World Massacre again? Where did this guy get so many tokens? I remember that he used it once in Spirit Light City, and I heard from the Duan my martial god that Lin Ling also used the Underworld Order of World Massacre to defeat him in the Divine Realm. My god, he still has the Underworld Order of World Massacre? This is also using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I don't understand why Lin Ling would waste such a life-saving trump card against a group of first-grade divine embryo warriors. Perhaps his purpose is to announce his return. However, he probably can't defeat that group of experts, so he used this trump card. It's possible. In the final world, experts from all sides were constantly analyzing. They were all curious about the limits of Lin Ling's strength. However, the results of their analysis made them feel relieved. This was because they guessed that if Lin Ling was really strong, then there was no need to use the underworld order of world massacre. He could have defeated that group of people directly with his strength. Therefore, they all thought that although Lin Ling's strength was stronger than before, it was not that strong. This analysis had also quietly spread to the Spirit Nation, causing the experts of the Spirit Nation to become restless. However, these undercurrents did not disturb Snow City. On the contrary, Snow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone who knew Lin Ling came to visit and congratulated Lin Ling on his return alive. They were also very curious about Lin Ling's disappearance for 100 years. However, Lin Ling did not explain much about this. He only mentioned it to those who believed in him. Seeing this, the experts who came because of his reputation did not ask any more questions. Moreover, they also secretly checked Lin Ling's strength. However, they found that Lin Ling was still a martial god, only a level 9 martial god. This kind of strength could not be underestimated in the 9 regions. However, it was not worthy of the Lin Ling of the past. Of course, although Lin Ling's realm was not high, for some reason, when they saw Lin Ling talking and laughing casually, it gave them a strange feeling. It was as if the current Lin Ling had surpassed the limits of the 9 regions void and was comparable to the gods. Gods. In the current final world, there were not many people who had such a title. Moreover, they all appeared in the world of the gods. Some experts, after many years of cultivation, broke through the Big Kai realm and were titled as gods. However, this kind of ascension was only at the demigod realm. They still did not have the feeling of being invincible. After casually dealing with the visitors and waiting for them to leave, Lin Ling roughly explained what had happened in these years. 4,000 years? The Eternal Kingdom. Hearing this, Yu and the others were shocked. They did not expect there to be such a place in the 9 regions void where time did not flow at all. Second brother, you have cultivated for 4,000 years. Then your strength? Sakura asked in shock. Lin Ling smiled and said, in the 9 regions, I can be considered invincible. If it was the gods, I'm afraid 80% of them are no match for me. This was his conservative estimate because he did not know how much the trial taker's strength had increased after the 9 regions apatheosized. But even so, people still sucked in cold breaths. In particular, Meng Lu and the others looked dispirited. This was because they had wanted to defeat Lin Ling for a long time. Especially after the 9 regions apatheosized, this desire had become even stronger. However, Lin Ling's words made them give up on this idea. After all, they knew that Lin Ling was arrogant to outsiders but very modest to his own people. If he dared to say this, he was definitely not bragging. Chapter 4237. Apatheosized? Those people can't be considered as gods, they're just stronger warriors. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. After experiencing the incident with the Chunyang spiritual master, he knew that those people were the real gods. Even the 4 great gods were just small gods. Lin Ling also had an intuition that although the ancient gods were fighting against the will of the world, it was obvious that they couldn't hold on any longer. Therefore, they were looking for heaven's secret everywhere in an attempt to find someone who could fight against the will of the world. And he, Lin Ling, seemed to be one of them. Of course, this was only Lin Ling's conjecture. After all, for the past 4,000 years, not only had Lin Ling been bitterly cultivating, but he had also been comprehending heaven's secret. As his soul power continued to grow stronger, he could vaguely feel something. Lin Ling even had a general understanding of the realm after the martial god realm. He knew that to break through that threshold, there was a great tribulation that was the most terrifying. That tribulation was called Tao Tribulation. It could also be called God's Tribulation. In the past, in Zhou, there were many experts at the peak of the martial god realm. However, no one could break through the shackles and completely apatheosized. The reason was that they couldn't sense the existence of Tao Tribulation. Now, Lin Ling could vaguely sense Tao Tribulation. However, because his realm was not enough, he hadn't met the conditions to break through. Looking at the calm Lin Ling, the crowd's eyes flickered. They didn't know why, but they realized that the current Lin Ling was different from the Lin Ling of the past. If Lin Ling was said to be a powerful ancient martial art practitioner in the past, then the current Lin Ling gave off the feeling of a god. By the way, how's the spirit kingdom? Lin Ling put away his thoughts and looked at the crowd. Although Lin Ling didn't want to go against the will of the world because of their different standpoints, he knew that the will of the world would target him, Lin Ling, sooner or later. This also meant that Lin Ling and the will of the world couldn't avoid a battle. After Jojo was apatheized, the spirit kingdom completely disappeared. It seems that it doesn't dare to go against the four great gods. Sakura immediately said. Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that the spirit nation was not that simple. He continued to ask, have the four gods found a new host body for the world will? We found one. 50 years ago, the experts of the four gods entered the eight gods' celestial palace and found a world will through a book left behind by the eight gods. Now, that world will is being heavily guarded by the four gods. The old woman said immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that after the overall strength of the 9 continents void had increased, the spirit nation did not dare to act rashly. However, Lin Ling had an intuition that this was only temporary. The spirit nation would surface sooner or later. After that, Lin Ling asked about Lei Gong's Grand Hall. At first, the old woman was a little hesitant. However, in the end, she said that because Lin Ling's life was unknown, Lin Ling was no longer a trial taker. Lin Ling was not surprised by this. He knew that this was only temporary. As long as Lin Ling wanted, Lei Gong would definitely return the trial taker's position to him. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had returned so ostentatiously. It was also to tell the four gods that he, Lin Ling, had returned and was still a trial taker. Alright, it's rare for Lin Ling to come back. Let's not talk about business. Come, let's reminisce. After that, the crowd became lively again. This lively atmosphere lasted until late at night, when people left one after another. Lin Ling looked at the noisy hall that had suddenly become quiet. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. For the past 4,000 years, there was not a moment when he did not think about this scene. Now that he personally experienced it, this feeling was indeed unforgettable. It was very comfortable. One had to know that for the past 4,000 years, Lin Ling was like a stone statue. Day and night he watched the sea unchanging. At that time, his heart felt as if it had been sealed in ice. Lin Ling, you're back. Just as Lin Ling was about to leave the hall, a ferocious ghost floated over. It was the giant ghost. A giant ghost. Seeing the giant ghost again, Lin Ling was stunned at first. Then he laughed happily. You're finally back. The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Its eyes continued to shine on its fangs. This was because out of everyone, only it was certain that Lin Ling was still alive. It even had this feeling when Lin Ling had entered the God Circle. Come. Lin Ling led the giant ghost out of the garden and walked towards the garden outside. As he walked, he told Lin Ling what had happened. Space-time passage? And there was an ancient great god helping you? Hearing Lin Ling's description, the giant ghost was shocked. However, your guess is correct. Above the four gods, there are indeed many ancient gods, and they should be fighting against the world will on another battlefield. What I didn't expect was that those ancient gods would actually be able to fight the world will. However, I didn't expect that they would expend their strength to enter the shattered god world to help you. It seems that the reason the God Circle destroyed you back then was because that God Circle did not belong to you, Lin Ling. Your God Circle is in another place. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and smiled. No matter how those ancient great gods are fighting against the will of the world, the martial artists of the 9-province void cannot just sit there and do nothing. We have to fight against the will of the world with all our strength. Giant Ghost, in these 4,000 years, I have thought things through. I know that strength is not everything. Sometimes, family is the foundation of a martial artist's life. Without these memories, a person is like a walking corpse. No matter how strong they are, it is useless. As he spoke, Lin Ling looked at the bright moon in the sky. He thought of the experts of the Eternal Kingdom. They always wanted to come back to prove that they were not walking corpses, that they were still alive. Therefore, I will fight against the will of the world with all my strength. Everything is to protect them. With Lin Ling's last words, a powerful self-confidence emanated from Lin Ling's body. The giant ghost was shocked. Its fangs flashed, but a smile finally appeared on its face. It obviously knew that Lin Ling was not a kind person. He would not care about the people of the world. Therefore, he had always been careless about the will of the world. But this time, Lin Ling finally decided to fight it head-on. Right, that power in your body. Suddenly, the giant ghost seemed to think of something and asked worriedly. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. I've already refined that power. When I first entered the kingdom of eternity, a mysterious power suddenly surged into my body. It was very pure and very ancient. After that power entered my dantian, it immediately began to purify everything. So, I've already refined that power. Therefore, the power in my body was unprecedentedly pure and could be easily controlled by me. As for that power, it was assimilated and gradually disappeared. That's good. Hearing this, the giant ghost was happy for Lin Ling. Chapter 42:38. Good. Hearing about the 8 gods' heavenly palace, the giant ghost was undoubtedly excited. The two of them chatted under the night sky until dawn. It was as if they had endless things to talk about. As the giant ghost and Lin Ling talked, the giant ghost realized that the way Lin Ling spoke was different. Every word seemed to contain a heavenly secret. The giant ghost was secretly surprised. This feeling of being in control seemed to have only appeared in the 8 gods' heavenly palace back then. And this was the great Tao. It really didn't know how Lin Ling had spent the past 4,000 years. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He accompanied his family and lived a peaceful life. This made him finally understand what it meant to return to one's roots. No matter where he was or where he fought, his family would always be his shield and his safe harbor. So, for the sake of his family, Lin Ling had to become stronger and fight against the world's will with all his strength. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling brought Yu and the others to travel all over the 9 prefectures. They went to the Qing prefecture to visit the 3rd princess and the others. They also went to the demonic forest and other places. Moreover, he brought his son, Lin Yi, to various forbidden areas in the 9 prefectures. These were the happiest days of Lin Ling's life, and also the most relaxed days. His aura became more stable. If he didn't release his strength, he wouldn't be like an expert at all. Instead, he would be like an ordinary person. Even in the final world, the news of Lin Ling's return was gradually calming down. Many people saw that Lin Ling was keeping a low profile and thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO. He didn't dare to be as arrogant as he was in the past. Of course, due to the strength of the God Slayer alliance, they didn't come looking for trouble. They also knew that if they weren't real gold, they would be drowned by the waves sooner or later. On this day, Lei Gong's men finally arrived. Lin Ling, Lei Gong invites you. Come. In snow-blowing city, a tall man appeared. He was wearing a dazzling golden robe and had a whip behind his head. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. All the people in snow-blowing city were also staring at this man. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be in his 20s, but judging from his imposing manner, he seemed to be very arrogant. However, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he was talking to Yu and the others. He knew in his heart that it was time to reclaim his identity as a participant. The man was also quietly sizing up this legendary figure. Then he saw that Lin Ling seemed very normal, so he said calmly, Lin Ling, my name is Xianxia. I'm one of Lei Gong's trial takers. After you came back, you took my trial taker status. Did you know about this? After Lin Ling explained everything to Yu and the others, he indifferently looked at the man and said, I didn't know before, but now I know. So, what else do you have to say? Nothing. The man named Xianxia smiled. Lin Ling is the most famous trial taker in Lei Gong's main hall. Seeing you today, you are really extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Ling is a trial taker earlier than me. So, I should salute Senior Lin Ling. After saying that, he saluted Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged as he indifferently looked at Jin Xuanzi. There was respect on Jin Xuanzi's face, but it was obviously fake. He continued to smile and said, "However, Senior Lin Ling, as a senior and the one who grew the fastest among all the trial takers, I think his strength should be very powerful." As soon as these words came out, Yu and the others immediately knew what Jin Xuanzi was thinking. Jin Xuanzi's identity was seized by Lin Ling, so he must be very unwilling, so he wanted to find a way to teach Lin Ling a lesson and feel out Lin Ling's strength. If Lin Ling was not even as good as Jin Xuanzi, then in the future, Jin Xuanzi would definitely report him to Lei Gong and try to regain his trial taker's identity. Lin Ling naturally thought of this point. He smiled and looked at Jin Xuanzi and said, "My strength is ordinary, what do you want to say?" Junior Jin Xuanzi has always admired Senior Lin Ling, so I want Senior Lin Ling to give me some pointers. I don't know if Senior Lin Ling can give me some face and give me some pointers. Jin Xuanzi cupped his hands and said, since he had already said so much, Lin Ling had no reason to reject him. Immediately, Lin Ling nodded. When Jin Xuanzi saw this, he smiled faintly and stepped back. A powerful realm essence spread out. It was the strength of the peak of the martial god realm. However, what was terrifying was his divine fetus. A blue futon appeared under his feet, causing his body to emit endless divine power. The light of the sea urchin shocked Snow City. Many people's faces changed slightly, and they immediately stepped back. This was because they felt a pressure coming, as if countless hands were pushing them back. What a powerful divine power! Even young Beast Lord and the others looked solemn. They could directly sense that few of them could defeat Jin Xuanzi in a one-on-one battle. As expected of a trial taker, his strength has surpassed the leader of the 9 provinces' 10 evils and is comparable to the 9 provinces' 10 martial gods. Lu Chen also frowned and said, after the 9 provinces' investiture of the gods, everyone's strength had greatly increased, but it was obvious that the increase in strength under the control of the gods was even greater, and the trial taker was the most improved. Senior Lin Ling, my divine fetus is an immeasurable divine fetus. It is immeasurable and can absorb millions of forces for its own use. Senior, you must be careful. As soon as the immeasurable futon appeared, Jin Xuanzi's voice was filled with confidence. Immeasurable meant that his divine fetus could devour a large amount of energy. Thank you for the reminder, but you must be careful too. Lin Ling nodded. His body floated forward, and he gently struck out with his palm. Boom! Almost as soon as Lin Ling's palm struck, a blue light appeared in front of Jin Xuanzi. Then, it formed a futon and blocked Lin Ling's palm. 9th level of the martial god realm. At the same time, Jin Xuanzi also checked Lin Ling's cultivation level. His contempt for Lin Ling increased. Senior Lin Ling, with this power, you can't defeat me. Then he smiled faintly. There was no longer any respect on his face. It was as if he was baring his fangs. Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. He continued to stimulate the strength of his body until it reached 300,000 realms of force. Rumble. With the two of them as the center, the void began to crack like a broken mirror. Lin Ling's strength is so powerful. Seeing the spreading cracks, Song Chiri and the others said with a grave expression. When Lin Ling returned last time, he had used this power to defeat a large number of experts with ease. Now that they were close enough to experience it, they realized how ferocious it was. However, Jin Xuanzi's divine fetus is too terrifying. He didn't even take a step back when facing Lin Ling's palm. However, the old woman next to him said in shock. She stared at the mysterious blue futon and said, could it be that the futon is really immeasurable and can absorb any kind of attack? Senior sister, if that's the case, it's too unbelievable. Senior sister. Chapter 4239. It seems like Lin Ling can't break the blue futon. If that's the case, Lin Ling will be humiliated. Yes. That's right, Jin Xuanzi came prepared. Now that Lin Ling can't even defeat Jin Xuanzi will surely prove himself in front of Lei Gong and reclaim his identity as a trial taker. Yes. Jin Xuanzi is too strong to be able to block such a terrifying attack from the great leader. Yes. Many people in the God Extermination Alliance said worriedly. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Jin Xuanzi. He squinted his eyes and said calmly, "Very good talent. Although it doesn't have any divine light, its independent characteristics should not be underestimated." Haha. Haha, I'm flattered by Senior Lin Ling's praise. Although I wasn't a deity in my previous life, with my talent, any deity is a joke. They can't break my defense. Yes. Jin Xuanzi could not help but burst out laughing when he saw Lin Ling's helplessness. Although he had foreseen this scene and knew that this so-called Lin Ling was no match for him, he could not help but feel excited after seeing Lin Ling's helplessness with his own eyes. Senior Lin Ling, this can't be your full strength, right? Yes. Then, he said with a disdainful smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. Boundary essence began to appear in his palm. The boundary essence of the martial god realm surged toward the blue futon in front of him. Jin Xuanzi was shocked. He had never expected Lin Ling to have more power. After all, he already thought that Lin Ling's previous palm strike was very powerful. Of course, he was only slightly surprised. He said with a confident smile, "A very strong power. This power is Senior Lin Ling's gift. I'll gladly accept it." Yes. After saying this, the blue futon emitted a glow and absorbed all of Lin Ling's power and stored it. Yes. When people noticed this scene, they cried out in surprise again and again. Jin Xuanzi, on the other hand, was enjoying everyone's surprise. He also looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's shocked expression. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, as if it was not worth mentioning. Boom. Almost at the same time, another surge of energy was born from Lin Ling's palm and poured into the praying mat. It's still not very effective. Senior Lin Ling, my divine embryo is sometimes invincible. Seeing this, Jin Xuanzi shrugged. Now he was floating in the sky. His robe was fluttering in the wind, making him look even more like a god and a true challenger. On the contrary, in his opinion, the Senior Lin Ling in front of him was, in fact, a very ordinary martial artist. After shaking his head, he knew when to stop and said indifferently, "Since Senior Lin Ling can't solve it, then there's no time to lose. Let's go to Lei Gong's place." Clearly, he thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Bang. However, at that instant, another surge of energy burst out from Lin Ling's palm. Even though it did not cause the praying mat to tremble, Jin Xuanzi was astounded. This Lin Ling had so much energy in his body? Wasn't he a ninth-layer martial god? Bang. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, another surge of energy struck the praying mat like a surging river. Lin Ling had 7 dantians. He had unleashed all the energy in his dantians. He could not wait to see how much energy the infinity praying mat could devour. Senior Lin Ling. Jin Xuanzi finally blurted out when he sensed Lin Ling's energy. The reason being that Lin Ling was only a 9th-layer martial god, but the energy that he was unleashing had already surpassed the peak martial god realm. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling's palm once again released a powerful wave of boundary essence. It was the energy of the 4th dantian. "Look, it's the great leader." The experts of Snowy City exclaimed too. Initially, they were worried that Lin Ling would embarrass himself, but it turned out that they had been overthinking it. How could their great leader be so simple on the surface? Bang bang bang. The energy of the 5th and 6th dantians was unleashed continuously. Crack crack crack. Finally, the blue praying mat began to tremble as if it could no longer endure the energy after absorbing too much energy. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jin Xuanzi kept shaking his head, as if 6 experts with powerful godly fetuses were attacking him at the same time. Even though his godly fetuses were immeasurable and were able to absorb a great amount of energy, there was a limit to it, as if it was about to explode. No one is undefeatable. At that instant, Lin Ling glanced at Jin Xuanzi calmly. The energy of the 7th dantian was unleashed like the straw that broke the camel's back. Bang! The blue praying mat completely exploded, and all kinds of energy gushed out from it like a gust of wind. From afar, It looked like a beautiful flower had bloomed. Amidst the dazzling power, a figure flew out and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then, he steadied himself and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling had actually broken his godly fetuses, and he had done so with such a powerful force. If one had to give an example, it would be like forcing food into his mouth, causing him, Jin Xuanzi, to explode. Was this Lin Ling's strength? Your godly fetuses are indeed very powerful, but in a life and death battle, your godly fetuses won't be able to do much because their adaptability is too poor. At that moment, Lin Ling's calm voice floated over, causing Jin Xuanzi to stare in disbelief. However, the Lin Ling in front of him suddenly turned into a shadow. Lead the way. At the same time, an indifferent voice sounded behind Jin Xuanzi, causing him to turn around. His heart thundered violently. When did Lin Ling appear behind him? Why didn't he notice him at all? Suddenly, Jin Xuanzi recalled what Lin Ling had said before. In a life and death battle, your godly fetuses won't be able to do much because their adaptability is too poor. Now, Lin Ling had appeared behind him. If he wanted to kill him, Jin Xuanzi wouldn't be able to react in time because the infinite praying mat was clearly slower. With his talent, he was clearly suited for a competition, not a life and death battle. In a life and death battle, he would use all kinds of methods as long as he could win. At that moment, the disdain in Lin Ling's heart quietly disappeared. It seemed that Lin Ling, who had grown the fastest under Lei Gong, lived up to his reputation. Senior Lin Ling, please follow me. In order to prevent the spirit nation from spying on the gods, the ascent to divinity has changed. Next, Jin Xuanzi ignored his injuries and opened a complicated rune seal in front of him, causing the ascent to divinity to wind down from the sky. Then, he respectfully invited Lin Ling to go up. Lin Ling nodded and walked up the ascent to divinity. Behind him, Jin Xuanzi bowed his head and followed. There was no longer any arrogance, and he was sincerely convinced. Great leader, amazing. Chapter 4240. What a strong power. Is this Lin Ling's full strength? In the martial god realm, no one is his match in terms of power. Lu Chen and the others narrowed their eyes as they recalled Lin Ling's continuous increase in power. Their hearts trembled inexplicably. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking calmly in the sky on the stairway to see gods. He was still calm throughout the whole process, as if nothing in the world could move him. Jin Xuanzi did not dare to breathe loudly behind him. He followed closely and quietly stared at Lin Ling's back. The curiosity in his heart grew stronger. Through the previous exchange, he knew that Lin Ling did not have any divine light and was not a god in his previous life. However, Lin Ling, who did not seem to be very talented, was so powerful that he defeated him in one move. This undoubtedly made Jin Xuanzi very curious. Where did Lin Ling go in the past 150 years? Why didn't his strength fall behind at all? After all, he also knew that Lin Ling's strength ranked in the middle among the 40 trial testers since he could defeat him. After a long time, the Lei Gong Hall, which he had not seen for a long time, appeared in front of Lin Ling again. Staring at the palace left behind by the gods, Lin Ling sighed in his heart. After all, he had not seen it for 4,000 years. In front of the palace, several figures stood there. Their strength was also incomparably powerful. One of them had even surpassed the martial god realm and was completely deified. Now, when they saw Lin Ling walking over, their eyes flickered with inexplicable complexity. Heavenly voice of God, Lin Ling. A famous figure 100 years ago, he was the trial tester who grew the fastest in the Lei Gong Hall. Although he was not famous among the trial testers of the 4 great gods, in the Lei Gong Hall and the final world, he was a well-known figure. Originally, such a famous figure was bound to become the representative of the Lei Gong Hall. However, things did not go according to one's wishes. In the Jiuzhou deification, this person had fallen. Although he had returned, he had lost the opportunity to be deified and missed 100 years of cultivation time. It seemed that he could no longer catch up with those people from back then. Lin Ling, you're back. The old man, who had surpassed the martial god realm, smiled kindly at Lin Ling. All those years ago, It was he who'd led the members of the Lightning God Hall to the divine world. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling was extremely important to the Lightning God all those years ago. "I'm back." Lin Ling also smiled at the old man and bowed slightly. "Go in, Lord Lei Gong has been waiting for a long time." The old man stepped aside to open up a path. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling strode into the palace. This Lin Ling is quite confident. The Jiuzhou continent is now in an era of explosive growth. He has missed the opportunity. To be honest, I don't think he should have returned. There are not many people who have failed to be deified in the Jiuzhou continent. He is the only one among the trial takers. So, even if he has returned, what can he do? In a world where the strong are respected, without strength, he can only rely on his past reputation. After seeing Lin Ling disappear, the others shook their heads and spoke. However, when one of them saw that the strongest old man was in a daze, he immediately asked curiously, "Elder Yen, what are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing." The voice interrupted the old man. He immediately shook his head, then smiled and said, "No matter what, Lin Ling's appearance is still calm, no different from back then. So, I don't think he is much weaker." Moreover, after Lord Lei Gong learned of his return, he has been very excited. "I think Lin Ling will not let Lei Gong be disappointed." Sigh. Lord Lei Gong is cherishing old friendships. You know that? Sigh. Next to him, a middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, the old man didn't say anything. His eyes were still looking at the depths of the palace. For some reason, when he had a short conversation with Lin Ling, he found that Lin Ling had an inexplicable aura. That kind of aura was difficult to describe in words, but standing next to Lin Ling, it felt very comfortable. It was very comfortable. But to make a deity realm expert feel comfortable, this was a little strange. Nothing has changed. Sigh. Lin Ling didn't know what the people at the gate were thinking. He was still moving forward. "Senior Lin Ling, only 100 years have passed. How much can you change?" Sigh. Jin Xuanzi, who was still following behind him, replied respectfully. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't explain anything. Because for him, it was not a mere 100 years, but 4,000 years. "Lin Ling, you're back. You look very energetic. It's beyond my imagination." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the corridor. In front of the corridor, several figures were leaning against the wall. They were wearing standard robes, and their long hair fell on their shoulders. They seemed to be talking to themselves. The person who spoke was naturally Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan and Lin Ling had a grudge in the demon forest, so Zhong Shan had never liked Lin Ling. Of course, this was after Lin Ling became a trial tester. In fact, before Lin Ling became a trial tester, he had been entrusted with the task of killing Lin Ling. It was just that he didn't have the chance to do so. Someone is naturally energetic to be able to return to Lei Gong's main hall again. Next to him, a person said casually with a hint of sarcasm. Hearing this, Lin Ling also looked at Zhong Shan, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Lin Ling looked down on Zhong Shan from the bottom of his heart. Now, Zhong Shan dared to provoke him? However, it was more important to see Lei Gong now. Therefore, Lin Ling sneered, ignored him, and walked over just like that. However, Lin Ling's silence made Zhong Shan and the others think that Lin Ling must be guilty. After all, Lin Ling was no longer the popular person in front of Lei Gong, so he definitely wouldn't dare to speak loudly. Zhong Shan was about to speak, but at this time, a sarcastic voice suddenly floated over. "Senior Zhong Shan, is it fun to block the road? Or do you think it's cool to lean against the wall? To be honest, I think it's stupid. Don't you see that Senior Lin Ling doesn't even look at all? Does he care to look at you?" As soon as the voice fell, Zhong Shan and the others' eyes narrowed. They looked around and found that the person who spoke was Jin Xuanzi. This time, they were all dumbfounded. Jin Xuanzi was the last participant to join the trial. If Lin Ling hadn't returned, his status as a trial participant wouldn't have been taken away. Therefore, according to common sense, he should hate Lin Ling the most. Moreover, even if he didn't hate Lin Ling, he wouldn't laugh at them for Lin Ling. "Jin Xuanzi, do you know what you're saying?" Zhongshan stood up straight with a cold expression. I'm saying that you're acting cool, but in reality, you're acting like idiots. Jin Xuanzi sneered and said fearlessly. Chapter 42-41. In today's world, strength was everything. If Lin Ling was still strong enough, then Lei Gong would still appreciate Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling was even more untouchable than Zhongshan. You said we look like idiots? Zhongshan and the others were furious. That's right. Also, you should change your hairstyle. To be honest, it's better for you to tie your hair up than let it down because it gives people the impression that you're useless. Jin Xuanzi nodded. Judging from the way he spoke, it was as if he was telling the truth. You're courting death. Zhongshan and the others' anger was ignited again because Jin Xuanzi usually treated them with respect. But now he directly scolded them. Was this brat crazy? Suddenly they realized something. Could it be because of Lin Ling? This thought shocked them because Lin Ling, who had been eliminated, was more important than them in Jin Xuanzi's eyes. He's right. You look disheveled as if you've lost all hope in life. At this time, Lin Ling, who had already passed them, nodded and said. In the end, the two disappeared in front of them, leaving Zhongshan and the others stunned for a long time. Lin Ling. Next, Zhongshan gritted his teeth. He looked like an injured wolf. Brother Zhongshan, ignore him. This time, Lei Gong must have met Lin Ling because of their old friendship. If Lin Ling is useless, Lin Ling will definitely be banished to the mortal world. At that time, we can do whatever we want with Lin Ling. One of them said coldly. All right, I'll let him be arrogant for a while longer. Zhongshan nodded heavily and then led the others out of the corridor. At the same time, he said expectantly, today, the 4 great gods will send experts to compete for the recommendation quota and enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Let's go and welcome them. At this moment in the hall, an old man was pacing back and forth. In front of him stood a few people. At this moment, they were all silent and speechless as they looked at the old man who was full of anticipation. Of course, he was also jealous. And that old man was naturally Lei Gong. Those people with complicated expressions were naturally the challengers. They never imagined that Lord Lei Gong would lose his composure like this because of Lin Ling's return. Lord Lei Gong, please stop spinning. You're making me dizzy. A moment later, a young voice rang out. The one who spoke was a young man in a yellow robe. At this moment he was eating a pear and speaking with a smile. However, even though he was young, his every move carried a domineering aura, as if he was no one else but himself. The others also stared at him with a hint of awe, because he was a young Qilin. As the number 1 trial taker under Lei Gong, his strength was so strong that he could be said to be an invincible existence. You only know how to eat. Get lost. The old man glanced at the young man and scolded jokingly. Only young Qilin dared to speak so brazenly in front of him. If anyone else dared to do so, they would be courting death. But at this moment, the sound of footsteps finally rang out. Instantly, the hall fell silent and everyone's eyes were cast towards the corridor. Then, a figure that had disappeared for 100 years quietly entered everyone's eyes. He was still carrying a large sword on his back, still wearing a blue robe, and still wearing a faint smile on his handsome face. Even if the sky collapsed, he would not be shocked. Lin Ling was here. He's back. Looking at the man, Lei Gong finally could not help but laugh. The others had complicated expressions. Although they had already heard that Lin Ling had returned, after seeing him with their own eyes, all kinds of ripples appeared in their hearts. The reason for this was perhaps because Lin Ling was too important in Lei Gong's heart. Greetings, Lord Lei Gong. After Lin Ling walked in, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed. His voice was like thunder, powerful and resonant. Good, good, good. When Lord Lei Gong heard Lin Ling's straightforward voice, he immediately knew that Lin Ling was fine. Ha, little brother Lin Ling, you're so impressive to be able to come back alive from the God's circle. Young Qilin tossed the pear in his hand aside and ran toward Lin Ling. He then observed him and said with a smile, 9th layer martial god realm, not bad, you're stronger than before. His strength was clearly impressive, as he was able to see through Lin Ling's cultivation at a glance. The others obviously did not have the same ability. They were obviously relieved after hearing young Qilin's words. Ninth layer martial god realm was actually quite ordinary for the current martial gods of the 9 continents. In particular, Sister Zhen, Xianxia, and the others wore faint smiles on their faces. Little brother? Lin Ling was speechless when he saw the young man who was half a body shorter than him. However, he did not mind and said with a smile, "Brother young Qilin, it's been a while." He clearly knew that young Qilin had lived for countless years despite his young age. It was just that he was a little slow to mature. Hee, since you're calling me big brother, I'll take you as my little brother. Young Qilin laughed. He flipped his right hand and a mysterious spiritual flower appeared. "Take this, it's a gift from Big Brother to me." Sapphire spiritual flower? Lin Ling's eyes glittered as he stared at the translucent spiritual flower. Good eyesight, that's right, it's the sapphire spiritual flower. Last time, when we went to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, we happened to run into the people of the spirit nation, so a great battle broke out. I killed all of them, and they either fled or died. Later on, I obtained the sapphire spiritual flower from them. Young Qilin said proudly, "This spiritual flower can improve one's talent, and it's also effective for the divine fetus. It's suitable for you." Lin Ling immediately expressed his gratitude and accepted it. In fact, with his current divine fetus body, a single sapphire spiritual flower wouldn't have any effect at all. All right, all of you can leave now. I have something to talk to Lin Ling about. At this time, Lei Gong also gave the order to leave. Lin Ling, congratulations on your return. Xing Yi and the others hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Ling and left with smiles on their faces. Sister Zhen glanced at Lin Ling with disdain. She didn't say anything and strode away. Lin Ling naturally did not look at her. Back in the divine realm, Sister Zhen also helped outsiders and not her own people. Lin Ling had seen through her, so he did not intend to give her any face. After everyone left, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling from head to toe, then smiled and said, You're back. That's great. Where have you been all these years?" Lin Ling immediately told him what had happened, but he did not mention that someone had secretly helped him. "That's strange. You entered a void where time did not flow?" Hearing this, Lei Gong was also very surprised, but then he laughed and said, "No matter what, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked curiously, "By the way, what level is your Luai's real body?" Luai's real body? Chapter 42-42. Back then, the comprehension that Lei Gong left in his mind could be unlocked along with Lin Ling's comprehension. Therefore, Lin Ling immediately started to investigate. "Have you reached the 2nd level?" Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, Lei Gong was still looking forward to it, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Cultivating to the 2nd level of the Luai's real god in 100 years was undoubtedly an extremely exciting improvement. The 2nd level seems to be driving thunder and lightning. Give birth to 300 divine energy and increase speed by 20,000 boundaries. Lin Ling found the comprehension of the Luai's real body and said immediately, You know the name of the 2nd level. This means that you have unlocked that level of comprehension and cultivated to the 2nd level. TSK, amazing. I didn't expect your comprehension to be so strong." Lei Gong was pleasantly surprised and paced back and forth. He was very pleased. His close friend's inheritance had finally found the most suitable successor. In fact, I also cultivated the Luai's real body back then. Because my divine fetus wasn't a Luai's real body, I couldn't cultivate it to the peak. However, it took me 1,000 years to cultivate to the 2nd level. Now, you have achieved the same result as me in 1,000 years in just 100 years. Lin Ling, your understanding of lightning, your comprehension is even better than mine. In the end, Lei Gong stopped and stroked his beard as he spoke. Well, Lord Lei Gong, the 3rd level seems to be swift thunder and fierce wind. It gives birth to 500 divine energy and increases speed by 30,000 boundaries, right? At this moment, Lin Ling asked curiously. That's right. The 3rd level has 6 thunder wings on the body, increasing one's speed tremendously. Moreover, the divine force is extremely ferocious. Back then, I used 2,000 years to comprehend this level. As for the name of this level, it took me 2,000 years to figure it out. Wait, you know the name of the third level? Could it be? When Lei Gong heard Lin Ling's words, he nodded at first. However, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling nodded and said honestly, I seem to have cultivated to the third level. But Lei Gong's exclamation shook the entire palace. Outside the palace and in the blessed enclave, countless people looked over in surprise, because it seemed like it had been thousands of years since Lei Gong lost his composure and cried out in alarm. Third stage, 100 years, 100 years. Lei Gong's voice was trembling. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's perception was actually so terrifying. How could he know that Lin Ling's 4,000 years of bitter cultivation had not only been used to increase his soul force, but also to comprehend the Great Tao? Once the Great Tao was formed, many comprehensions would naturally follow. Well, I don't know why, but when I took a look at the comprehension that Lord Lei Gong left for me, I think I can see the fourth level. At this time, Lin Ling said again, the fourth level seems to be one thunder, two flashes, increasing the power of 800 strands of divinity and the speed of 80,000 worlds. The moment he said that, Lei Gong was petrified. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Lin Ling, but he couldn't say a word. In 100 years, he had cultivated the Luai's true god to the fourth level. Even the ancient great gods back then could only do so. This also meant that even if Lin Ling's strength didn't increase at all, with the fourth level, his strength would be above average among the 10 trial takers in Lei Gong's palace. He was still as powerful as before. You actually comprehended the fourth level? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you want to scare me to death? Then, Lei Gong's petrified body cracked as he scolded Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. Because he had studied too many fields over the years, he only had a rough idea of what realm the Luai's true body was at. After all, the Luai's true body wasn't the only powerful technique he had. Lord Lei Gong, Lin Ling didn't mean to hide it, I just saw it. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed and said, but who knew that after he said that, Lei Gong looked as if he was struck by lightning again. He muttered to himself, just now. You said just now? Yes, I thought that I had comprehended the third level. Then I tried to comprehend it again. Who knew that the fourth level would appear? Unfortunately, the fifth level was a little blurry. Lin Ling shook his head regretfully. Try to comprehend it again? Then the fourth level appeared? And from your tone, you seem to be very surprised and helpless. Lei Gong was tongue-tied. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground as if he had fainted. This was because from Lin Ling's tone he could tell that for the past 100 years, Lin Ling's focus wasn't on the Luai's true body at all. On the contrary, after Lei Gong mentioned it, Lin Ling only managed to comprehend a little bit at the last minute. However, this casual comprehension had resulted in the fourth level appearing. And this was casual comprehension. What if he was focused on it? Therefore, Lei Gong was both angry and shocked. He was angry because Lin Ling didn't take the Luai's true body seriously. He was shocked because in 100 years, Lin Ling had comprehended the fourth level. Was he trying to slap Lei Gong in the face? After all, it had taken him 10,000 years to reach the fourth level of the Thunder God realm. Lin Ling looked awkwardly at Lei Gong on the ground and helplessly scratched the back of his head again. Previously, after he had casually comprehended it, he immediately realized that his strength had increased again. The third level of the fusion talent was originally 1,500 streaks of divine power. Now, it had reached more than 2,000 streaks of divine power. As for his speed, it had reached 150,000 boundary speed. Even the second level of the fusion talent had reached 1,500 streaks of divine power. It seems that I comprehended too many other realms and restricted the Luai's true body. Moreover, the Luai's true body isn't as weak as I thought. Then Lin Ling muttered to himself. Plop. Although this sentence was said softly, Lei Gong still heard it. Therefore, just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. This kid, is he trying to anger me to death? Not as weak as I thought? This is the legacy left behind by the Luai's true body. a powerful lightning mystique from the era of gods. Could it be that this kid has a mystique even stronger than the Luai's true body? Suppressing the blood that was about to spurt out, Lei Gong stood up with a dark face and stared at Lin Ling. He wanted to scold him, but he didn't know how to do it. After all, although Lin Ling had neglected the Luai's true body, that kind of progress was actually beyond his imagination. Therefore, in the end, he just laughed and scolded. It seems that you haven't neglected your cultivation for the past 4,000 years. In that case, I'm completely relieved. Chapter 42-43. Lord Lei Gong, that power has been refined by me for the past 4,000 years. Rest assured, Lei Gong. Yes. Seeing Lei Gong's worried expression, Lin Ling's heart warmed and he immediately replied. Refined? That's good. It seems that I was wrong about you. You must have used 4,000 years to refine that power. I thought that you were wasting your time on unorthodox methods and neglected the Lei's true body. Yes. Hearing this, Lei Gong smiled and felt happy for Lin Ling. In reality, he did not know that Lin Ling had indeed been bitterly cultivating in other areas for the past 4,000 years. As for the power left behind by the spirit nation, it was not refined by Lin Ling, but with the help of an ancient great god. Alright, now that you're back, you can be a trial taker again. You'll still be a 7-star trial taker. What do you think? Lei Gong said again. Then, seeing Lin Ling nod, he immediately smiled and said, Next, there will be people from the 4 great gods who will enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace to search for the secret of the world will host. Ahal Lei Gong will arrange for you to go. If you succeed in returning, you will directly become an 8-star trial taker. Good. Yes. Lin Ling had long wanted to bring the giant ghost back to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, so he immediately nodded. Lord Lei Gong, the people from the other gods have arrived. At this time, a voice came from outside the hall. Lei Gong nodded and said to Lin Ling, This time, the number of people going to the 8 gods' heavenly palace is limited, so there will be a competition. Next, the 4 great gods will decide the number of people who will go through elimination. Lin Ling, you will go. Are you confident? Yes. He stared at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. After all, Lin Ling's name was illustrious in the past. Now that he had returned after 100 years, there were naturally many people who wanted to see Lin Ling's good show. Previously, Lei Gong was also very worried about Lin Ling, but now he was 100% relieved. Confidence. Seeing Lei Gong's burning gaze, Lin Ling smiled and said, You brat. Lei Gong jokingly scolded. He naturally knew the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. With a wave of his right hand, the ancient door of the hall opened with a rumble. Then he led Lin Ling out. There were many people waiting in the ancient corridor. When they saw Lei Gong, they all cupped their hands and bowed. Xingyi, last time, when we went to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Yulin represented our Lei Gong hall. This time, there will be 2 or 3 spots. You and Lin Ling will definitely be recommended by me. Are you confident? While walking forward, Lei Gong suddenly stopped and looked at a man by the side of the corridor. That man was the 8-star trial taker, Xingyi. He had clearly lost in the competition for the last slot. If it weren't for the young Qilin, Lei Gong would have been utterly humiliated. So this time, it was time for Xingyi to reclaim his honor. One had to know that Xingyi used to be the number 2 trial taker in Lei Gong Hall. However, after the investiture of the 9 prefectures, he didn't improve much. Not only did he not return to his position as a god, but his divine embryo only improved by 1 grade. This kind of improvement was a huge leap for the experts of the 9 prefectures, but for a god's trial taker, it was very dim and insignificant. So when Xingyi went to the 8 gods' heavenly palace last time, the slot that should have been his was forcibly snatched away by someone else. This caused Xingyi to lose face in Lei Gong Hall. Lord Lei Gong, this time, I will definitely take back my slot. Xingyi looked at Lei Gong solemnly and then bowed deeply to Lei Gong. The moment he lowered his head, his eyes became moist. This was because he was no longer the number 2 trial taker in Lei Gong Hall, but Lord Lei Gong still gave him a chance. How could he not be moved? Okay, I believe you. Remember, this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace is very important. If you can find the next world will host body, you will be able to advance by 1 star. You are now a 7-star trial taker like Lin Ling, no longer an 8-star. So, you must seize this opportunity and lose it. Seize it back. Lord Lei Gong said again. After he finished speaking, he strode forward majestically. There were a few trial takers at the side of the corridor. Their eyes flickered with a hint of jealousy. During the last trip to the 8 gods' celestial palace, the Thunder God had also given the opportunity to Xingyi. Now, the same thing had happened again. In addition, the other slot had been taken by Lin Ling. This meant that they only had 1 slot left to fight for. One had to know that there were a total of 10 slots to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. According to the allocation, each god would have 2 slots, making a total of 8. However, there would still be 2 extra slots, and these 2 slots would depend on their own efforts. Of course, others could also seize the slots of others. To put it bluntly, it was a competition for the top 10. Those who entered the top 10 would also obtain 10 slots. Moreover, apart from the trial takers, there were also divine generals and divine paladins. After all, the 8 gods' heavenly palace was also a place of great treasures. Last time, people had not finished exploring the 7th floor and had not entered the 8th floor. Everyone was curious about this mysterious palace left behind by a god. If not for Sister Zhen and Brother Qilin, our Lei Gong Hall's slot would have been taken away. This Xingyi actually has the face to fight again. Don't worry, when he loses, we will go. Seeing Lei Gong walk further and further away, the trial takers in the corridor whispered quietly. In truth, Lei Gong also heard these words, but he did not say anything. After all, in the world of gods, strength was revered, and the competition was fierce. Although the trial takers' words were unpleasant to hear, they were also a form of encouragement for Xingyi. As for Xingyi, he naturally heard them as well. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he secretly clenched his fists. Senior brother Xingyi, let's work hard together. At this time, Lin Ling smiled at Xingyi and said, Okay, let's work hard together. Xingyi looked at Lin Ling with a warm gaze. Perhaps in his opinion, Lin Ling was in the same boat as him. Then he saw that Lin Ling did not look down on him, so he walked side by side with Lin Ling. At the same time, he said, I don't know why, even though I have the bloodline of the Eastern Emperor Tai, in the God world. In the God world, I actually did not obtain anything. For the past 100 years, I was originally the 2nd strongest trial taker, but now I'm the 5th. That feeling is really unpleasant. He seemed to have suppressed his feelings for a long time, so he poured out his heart to Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling naturally knew that listening to Xingyi's recital was more important than anything else. After all, Xingyi was also venting his frustrations over the years. Lin Ling also had a good impression of Xingyi. After all, when Xingyi was strong, he was also very polite to Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling was also very puzzled that Xingyi did not return to his godhood in the God world. After all, he guessed that Xingyi had the bloodline of the Eastern Emperor Tai, so his background should not be small. Chapter 42-44. It's been 100 years and I've gradually gotten used to it. Time reveals a person's heart and I've seen through some people's faces. Xingyi continued as he glanced behind him. He was obviously talking about those people. He then shook his head and said, However, I'm fine personally. But I didn't want the Thunder God to be ridiculed because of me. You should know that ever since the Spirit Kingdom disappeared, the competition among the 4 great gods has become extremely intense. The weak have to endure even more ridicule than before. Lei Gong, I've let him down. Xingyi's eyes started to moisten as he spoke. This caused ripples in Lin Ling's heart. He could see that Xingyi respected Lei Gong very much. He was both a teacher and a friend. He was more like a great father. Back then, if it wasn't for Lord Lei Gong, I would have been a beggar on the streets. Perhaps my bones would have been buried in the yellow slope outside the city. It was Lord Lei Gong who brought me back and nurtured me since I was young. I will never be able to repay this kindness in my entire life. Although Lord Lei Gong isn't my master, nor is he my master. He isn't my father, but in my heart he is. Xingyi raised his head and looked at Lin Ling solemnly as he spoke. It's Lord Lei Gong's fortune to have a subordinate like you. Seeing Xingyi's sincerity, Lin Ling nodded heavily. At this moment his relationship with Xingyi had become closer. The reason was because of Lei Gong. When Lin Ling first came to the final world, if it wasn't for Lei Gong's secret protection, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to survive until today. He would have been killed by martial god Wen Tian and the Duan clan. Therefore, to Lin Ling, Lord Lei Gong was also his benefactor. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts all his life. In fact, he had met many noble people, but there was no doubt that Lei Gong was also one of the people who took care of Lin Ling. At this moment, light shone in front of them. They had finally reached the end of the corridor. Lin Ling and Xingyi smiled and quickened their pace. However, when they walked out of the corridor, they were shocked by the demonic sound outside. This was because the outside of Lei Gong's main hall was already packed with people. Among the four great gods, there were already many powerhouses gathered here. There were trial takers, divine generals, and divine paladins. Wisps of divine might quietly permeated the air, representing the strongest pyramid in the void of the 9 continents. This place could be said to be the world of gods. Everyone who appeared at the scene was in high spirits. They felt as if they were gods. They were proud. This was because all of them had experienced hardships to reach this point. Only they knew about it. As for the purpose of today's trip, they naturally knew that it was for the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The 8 gods' heavenly palace had countless treasures. Moreover, compared to the vast and boundless divine world, it was relatively safer. Therefore, they were very jealous of this trip. Of course, they also knew that the quota was limited. Even if they couldn't go, they still wanted to display themselves on the stage of the 4 great gods so that the gods behind them would pay more attention to them. Look! At this time, someone exclaimed. In the distance, a huge black lotus was approaching with 2 women standing on top. One of them wore a black dress. She was cold and expressionless. Naturally, she was one of the 4 great gods, Eugene. To be honest, Eugene was also very beautiful. She had the temperament of an empress, but she was too cold and emotionless. She was like a darkness that wanted to devour everything. Therefore, people only dared to look at her from afar and didn't dare to profane her. That's Eugene. Lin Ling stood beside Lei Gong and stared indifferently at Eugene. However, compared to the reverence of the people, his reaction was calm. In his eyes, the so-called Eugene was just a stronger cultivator. She wasn't qualified to be called a god. Of course, apart from her strength, she was also extremely beautiful. Her temperament was similar to an Yuer's. On the contrary, Lin Ling's gaze fell on a peerless beauty standing beside Eugene. She was naturally Luli Empress. The current Luli Empress was clearly different from before. She was more domineering, and her every move had a touch of Eugene's flavor. They stood side by side on the black lotus, as if they were a pair of beautiful sisters. Tian Lioli's strength has increased. Lin Ling's intuition was born with just one look. Tian Lioli's 6 major dantians should have obtained the divine fetus. He just didn't know if she was a god in her previous life. Wow, what a beautiful pair of sisters. At this moment, many people saw Luli Empress and exclaimed in surprise. However, when Yoshin's cold gaze landed on them, they were so frightened that they shut their mouths. On the black lotus, Luli Empress's eyes were still cold. She glanced at a large number of people and suddenly stopped on a man in a blue robe. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. Luli Empress is staring at Lin Ling. Everyone followed Luli Empress's gaze and immediately knew who she was looking at. Lin Ling, that guy really came back? He probably came back to be a bystander. With his current strength, what right does he have to compete with Luli Empress? Lin Ling back then was no match for Luli Empress, let alone now. Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling with strange smiles on their faces. Back then, Lin Ling wasn't considered very powerful among the 4 great gods. After his failure to become a god in the 9 states, naturally, many people looked down on him. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes of those ants. He calmly stared at Luli Empress and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that Luli Empress would be no match for him if he used his full strength. However, Lin Ling admitted that he was still no match for Eugene. Therefore, he didn't act blindly without thinking. This was because he knew that as long as Eugene didn't say anything, he, Lin Ling, would never be able to kill Luli Empress. Just like Lin Ling back then, if Lei Gong didn't say anything, Luli Empress wouldn't have dared to touch Lin Ling even if she was more powerful than Lin Ling. Now, the tables have turned and Lin Ling has gained the upper hand. Of course, Luli Empress didn't know this. Even though she sensed that Lin Ling seemed to have improved, she still thought that Lin Ling was only SSO. The two of them clearly knew that this wasn't the time to settle their old grudges, so they quickly withdrew their gazes. After Lin Ling withdrew his gaze, he glanced at the challengers on Luli Empress's side and secretly shook his head. Apart from Longyang and a mysterious man who was slightly more powerful, the others were only SO. Chapter 42-45. Longyang, on the other hand, was also confident in herself. However, she was too familiar with Lin Ling. Hence, when she saw Lin Ling's calm gaze, her heart immediately thundered. Could it be that Lin Ling, who had missed 100 years, had surpassed her? She couldn't help but recall the past in the divine world. At that time, she had seen Lin Ling disappear with her own eyes. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, and she was unwilling to accept it. However, 50 years ago, Lin Ling had left behind a letter. This also made her know that Lin Ling would definitely return. Hence, she wasn't too surprised to see Lin Ling again. While the two sides were staring at each other, suddenly, a low and deep cry of a bull could be heard. Soon after, a large number of people could be seen approaching from afar. They were following behind a huge green bull and were moving forward slowly. Judging from the clothes of these people, it was obvious that they were all wearing ordinary clothes. On top of the large green bull, an old man sat cross-legged, smoking a pipe. His eyes were slightly closed, and he had an unperturbed look on his face. Of course, he was the Curishan. This old man. Seeing the Curishan's appearance, Lei Gong couldn't help but laugh as he scolded him. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had a strange smile on his face. It had been many years since he first met the Curishan at the Kaiyuan River. After that, Lin Ling's gaze kept searching for the Curishan. Finally, he saw a figure that he hadn't seen for many years. She was Xiaolun. At that moment, Xiaolun was clearly no longer the dirty girl she was back then. She was dressed beautifully, and her temperament was very otherworldly. She was like a pure lotus that had emerged from the mud without being stained. She looked around, and when she saw Lin Ling, she could not help but wave at him excitedly. If it were not for the fact that he was an important person here, if there were too many people here, she would have shouted out loud. Seeing this, Lin Ling also waved at Xiaolun. Lin Ling, look, Lin Ling is back. Besides Xiaolun were Cuihua and the others. When they saw Lin Ling, they all greeted him. Obviously, they already knew about the news of Lin Ling's return, so they were happy and not very surprised. However, when the Curishan knocked on his pipe, this enthusiastic greeting immediately stopped. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, this is the second time the experts of the 4 great gods have gathered together. At this moment, a hearty laugh resounded. Then, the sky parted, and a large group of experts in heavy black armor strode over. The leader of the group was a man who was 5 meters tall. He held a godly blade in his hand and wore a cape. He walked majestically towards the main hall. His pace was not fast, but it carried a ferocious, domineering aura. Every step he took caused the sky to tremble slightly. That's the Titanic Crescent God. As they stared at the deity holding the broadsword, everyone's hearts pounded wildly, and they quietly took a step back. For some reason, every step the Titanic Crescent God took was like a stomp on their hearts. On the Curishan's side, the weakest divine paladin could not withstand the pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Crescent God, what is the meaning of this? Seeing this, the black deity also looked at the sky with an unhappy expression on his face. The 4 great gods have not gathered for a long time, so we are a little excited. Sorry. The tall and sturdy man laughed heartily, restraining his terrifying divine majesty. Even so, everyone still looked at him with reverence because Titanic Crescent God was like a god. What a powerful strength! This was also the first time Lin Ling had seen Titanic Crescent God. He immediately sensed his unfathomable strength. That broadsword of his could probably cut the 9 prefectures in half. That guy's temperament is like that. Every time we meet, he's always like this. At this time, Lei Gong's voice quietly came and Lin Ling nodded. However, his expression was still calm, and there was no trace of fear. Lei Gong saw this and secretly nodded his head in satisfaction. After all, this was the first time he had seen the other gods together, especially the majestic Titanic Crescent God. For Lin Ling to be so calm was already very good. After all, he also saw that the other challengers, such as Zhong Shan, were so scared that their lips turned white. One must know that this was the second time Zhong Shan and the others had seen the Titanic Crescent God. Lei Gong did not know that in Lin Ling's eyes, these people were not gods. Only pure Yang Zhenren, whom he met in the Kingdom of Eternity, had the qualifications to be called a god. Therefore, Lin Ling had nothing to fear. Moreover, although the Titanic Crescent God was strong, Lin Ling was confident that if he went all out, even if he could not defeat him, he would not have an easy time. Since everyone is here, let's choose a place and prepare to fight for the 10 spots to the 8 gods' celestial palace. At this time, as the host, Lei Gong spoke calmly. Old brother Lei Gong, you have the final say. Hearing this, the Titanic Crescent God smiled and nodded. He seemed to be domineering towards others, but towards Lei Gong, he was much more amiable. This was because he knew that when the old man was angry, he was as fierce as a thunderbolt. The other gods also had no objections to Lei Gong's words and nodded their heads. Lei Gong pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then let's go to my palace." With that, he led the way into the palace, and the others followed one after another, inexplicably looking forward to it. After the 4 gods took the lead, Lin Ling and Xingyi also entered the palace, chatting as they walked. However, not long after they entered the corridor, a faint laugh came from behind them. "Xingyi, don't tell me you're participating this time? I remember how badly you were beaten up last time." Looking back, he saw a few Eugene trial takers following behind him, their smiles full of mockery. Hearing this, Xingyi frowned, but did not say anything and continued walking forward. The corridor was not big, and the trial takers' voices were not soft, so there was a burst of mockery. After all, Xingyi was extremely famous in the past and had defeated many experts. However, now that he had fallen to such a state, people could not help but want to laugh at him. After all, Xingyi only had a 2nd-grade divine embryo, and among the trial takers, the weakest one had a 3rd-grade divine embryo. Some of the stronger ones even had divine light, and their divine embryos had long surpassed the 3rd grade. Lin Ling also turned around to take a look at the source of the voice. "Wasn't that Wang Yanhui? Hee, Wang Yanhui, you lost your teeth last time, but I didn't expect you to speak so quickly. Where did you get your teeth fixed? They look pretty good, but I'll give you a suggestion. You'll look better with a golden tooth." After saying this, Lin Ling and Xingyi took large strides forward again. Xingyi laughed inwardly, and the gloominess from before had lessened by a lot. On the other hand, Wang Yanhui was staring at Lin Ling in shock. His face was red from anger, and he couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 42-46. Of course, I heard that before the 9 prefectures' Ascension God ceremony, Lin Ling had indeed smashed Wang Yanhui's head in the devil forest of the Kaiyuan River. Not only were his teeth broken, but his nose was also broken. Later on, it was Big Brother Heike who personally carried him back. Really? Lin Ling is so powerful? It was in the past. The current Wang Yanhui is naturally more powerful than before, but if Lin Ling hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. After all, Big Brother Wang Yanhui's teeth have been mended very well. It doesn't look like they were knocked out before. Murmurs of discussion came from the corridor. Even Wang Yanhui stopped in his tracks. His body trembled with anger as he growled, "Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you." Of course, that was what Wang Yanhui said. However, when Lin Ling was glaring at him earlier, he did not dare to utter a word. It was clear that the brutal beating in the Devil Forest had left a deep shadow in his heart. Wang Lin, if there's a chance, I'll teach Lin Ling a lesson with you. While the crowd walked past Wang Lin with mocking laughter, a figure arrived beside Wang Lin and spoke in a cold voice. This person was none other than the seventh prince. Wang Lin nodded his head, looking high-spirited, but his heart was beating like a drum. 100 years ago, he had gone to Snow Wind City to act arrogantly, but Lin Ling had left him a letter that scared him so much that he pissed his pants and ran away. Now that he had to fight Lin Ling, the shadow in his heart had not been removed. Of course, it was not only him. In fact, the seventh prince beside him was even more traumatized by Lin Ling. Not long ago, Lin Ling had walked over him in the Heaven Pass City, leaving him with endless humiliation. Adding the humiliation of crippling his dragon root, he did not have the guts to teach Lin Ling a lesson unless he reached the God realm. Senior sister, this Lin Ling is still as arrogant as before. At the end of the corridor, someone looked at a female empress and commented. She was Luli Empress. Compared to the crowd in front, Luli Empress walked past empty places. Clearly, everyone was in awe of her. When there's a chance, you go teach him a lesson, Luli Empress said indifferently. Although her words sounded calm, there was a hint of coldness. Although Lin Ling didn't seem to be very strong, she knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Thus, she wanted to test Lin Ling's strength through this battle for the Heavenly Palace's quota battle. She would be able to Lin course, she would be able to Lin disciples. Lin course when Lin Huang Palace disciple. Hearing this, a man behind her laughed sinisterly. Behind them were the people from Titanic Crescent God. They didn't pay much attention to Lin Ling because Lin Ling wasn't worthy of their attention at the moment. It's quite boring. Young Lin and Luli Empress aren't participating in this battle for the quota. They're all juniors. I don't think there will be any intense battles. A tall and sturdy man said, Senior brother, that might not be the case. That guy called Lin Ling is actually quite interesting. Someone beside him laughed. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize him. He was Di, whom he had met in the realm of the gods. Di Yi's divine fetus had only increased by 1 grade in the divine circle. However, he managed to find some indigo spiritual flowers from somewhere and forcefully increased his talent. He even told the outside world that it was caused by the investiture of the gods in the 9 continents. Thus, he didn't end up as miserable as Xingyi. Although some people knew that he had secretly cheated in order not to embarrass himself, they didn't expose him in the end for the sake of his reputation. Lin Ling, he's even worse than me. Di Yi's cold eyes looked at the corridor in front of him. Before the divine circle, Lin Ling had fought to a draw with him. Now, it was time for him to collect some interest. After all, he knew that Lin Ling was even worse than him. He wasn't recognized by the divine circle and didn't even have a single increase in his divine fetus. If he didn't humiliate such an opponent when he met Di, it would be a waste of the Titanic Crescent God's reputation. After a while, an ancient stone door appeared in front of them. The people didn't stop and disappeared into it. When they reappeared, they were in a void. Formless void. Looking at the void, the black deity, who was the first to arrive, couldn't help but laugh. He knew that this was a void that the thunder god had found by himself. The area of this place was incomparably large, and there were many realms. However, this void wasn't stable and there were no living creatures or spiritual energy. It was like an empty shell. After all, this place was only suitable for mortals to live in. Warriors didn't like to come to a world without spiritual qi. Everyone, let's compete here. Lei Gong stopped and looked at the crowd indifferently. The gods nodded and waved their right hands. A crystal jade tablet appeared in the hands of the people who were about to fight. Upon closer inspection, there were about 50 people who were going to fight. Among them were trial takers, divine generals, divine paladins, and other experts. Lin Ling's hand flashed and the crystal jade tablet that Lei Gong had thrown to him appeared. Upon closer inspection, The crystal jade tablet had a black 9 character on it. This caused Lin Ling to sweep his gaze around. He immediately discovered that the vast and boundless void had quietly separated into 5 regions. This also meant that there would be 10 people in each region. If one could become the first or second strongest person in that region, then they would also be able to obtain a quota. Moreover, when Lin Ling infused his boundary essence into the crystal jade tablet, he immediately knew the rules. When the 10 spots appeared, they could also challenge each other. Moreover, others could also challenge them. If they still won, then the spot would be secured. Lin Ling nodded and put away the crystal jade tablet. However, just as he put it away, the name 9 sounded in the northern region. This meant that Lin Ling was about to start his first battle. Immediately, Lin Ling flew towards the northern region. Look, the first battle in the northern region is actually Lin Ling. That guy's luck is really bad. He missed the apotheosized divine seal and disappeared for 150 years. How can he be a match for others now? I think the battle will end in less than 30 minutes. Ha, you think too highly of Lin Ling. Even if this Lin Ling was placed 150 years ago, in reality, he was only SOSO. Everyone stared at the northern region and discussed animatedly. Among the 4 gods, other than Titanic Crescent God, Lei Gong, Eugene, and Kurishin also looked towards the northern region. Obviously, they all knew of Lin Ling. Chapter 42-47. Everyone was looking around to see who Lin Ling's first opponent was. Number 32? Why does it sound so familiar? Wait, it can't be me, right? In the crowd, the 7th prince frowned. He suddenly picked up the crystal jade token in his hand and looked at it. His eyes twitched. Because he was Lin Ling's first opponent. This undoubtedly made him curse his bad luck. After all, he also knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. Not long ago, he had crawled through Lin Ling's crotch. He braced himself and flew toward the northern area. The 7th prince's face became gloomier. However, the crowd didn't know that he had fought with Lin Ling. Instead, they were chatting with great interest. The 7th prince, Back then, during the investiture of the gods, he gave birth to divine light and returned to his divine position. That Lin Ling is in for a hard time. Many people laughed and said, looking forward to Lin Ling's first battle after he was eliminated. The 7th prince's divine fetus is not weak. In his previous life, he was the emperor of Mountain West Sea. Although he was a lesser god, the 7th prince now has a 3rd-grade divine fetus. Those who knew Lin Ling were mumbling at this moment. They also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength through this battle. I admit defeat. However, just as everyone was thinking, a gloomy voice suddenly floated out. The 7th prince raised his hand and said helplessly. The entire void was silent. 7th prince, what the fuck are you doing? A powerful trial taker roared. They had wanted to see a fierce battle, but they had already taken off their pants, and this was what the 7th prince was going to show them? The 7th prince stood not far away from Lin Ling and stared at Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling's relaxed expression, he gritted his teeth and left with a dark face, ignoring the crowd's mockery. Although losing without a battle would make people laugh at him, he knew that if he was defeated by Lin Ling, there would be even more mockery. How could this be? Seeing the 7th prince leave without looking back, the crowd became even more suspicious. Could it be that the 7th prince was deliberately going easy on him? No one could understand. Although the 7th prince wasn't the strongest participant, he was still stronger than Lin Ling. After all, he had cultivated for 100 years more than Lin Ling, so it was impossible for him to be afraid of Lin Ling. Just like that, Lin Ling slowly left the northern region under everyone's gloomy gazes. As soon as he left, fierce battles broke out in other areas. However, such battles had already been held during the last trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Moreover, there were no top challengers participating this time, so the spectators weren't very interested in the battles. Number 9. At this moment, the voice drifted out again. At this moment, many people's eyes were burning. Number 9, isn't that Lin Ling from before? In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards the northern region. Compared to the other battles, they were more looking forward to Lin Ling's second battle. It seems like Lin Ling's battle is very interesting, ah. Lei Gong's gaze swept over the crowd, and he smiled faintly. There was a hint of mockery in his smile because only he knew how strong Lin Ling was. With the fourth layer lightning pawn true body, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain a spot. Therefore, he also hoped that Lin Ling would meet a strong opponent to prove himself. Number 28. Soon, Lin Ling's opponent appeared. Everyone's gaze swept over the crowd again. This guy called number 28 shouldn't disappoint them, right? Even Lin Ling was extremely curious as he waited for number 28. However, a figure walked out from the crowd. Not only was he not in high spirits, but he had an ugly expression on his face. Staring at that person, Lin Ling was stunned once again. That person was Wangu Yanhui, who he had beaten up in the Devil Forest. At this moment, Wangu Yanhui was in a bad mood. Why was he called out? This was on purpose, right? He had come to the northern region in anger, and then glared at Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling was also staring at Wangu Yanhui's teeth, as if he was itching to make a move. Wangu Yanhui subconsciously pursed his lips. Last time in the Devil Forest, Lin Ling had beaten him up and broke his teeth. It took him a lot of effort to patch them up, and they were perfect. Now, Lin Ling wanted to destroy his teeth again? With this thought in mind, Wangu Yanhui, under everyone's watchful eyes, made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He raised his hand and angrily shouted, "I admit defeat." The moment his voice fell, the entire void space was dumbfounded. Even Titanic Crescent God looked at Lin Ling for the first time. It was not easy to make two opponents admit defeat in a row. Where did this Lin Ling guy come from? It was obvious that among the four gods, the Titanic Crescent God was the only one who was unfamiliar with Lin Ling. Therefore, they were all at a loss. What's going on? Admitting defeat in a row, could it be that this Lin Ling is a very powerful expert? Someone from the Titanic Crescent God's side asked in confusion. Powerful my ass. Big brother, you don't know. This Lin Ling was the fastest growing participant under Lei Gong, but that's all. During the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, he was rejected by the God Circle. After that, he hid for 150 years, and only now did he come out. Bullshit. If he was rejected by the God Circle, why did 2 other participants admit defeat? That is a trial taker, not a holy knight of God. Sigh, you don't believe my words. You can go ask Lord Eugene and Lord Kurishin. They all know about this. If that's the case, I'll make a bet with you. Do you dare? I think this Lin Ling will definitely win. I'll bet a holy spring. Wow, big brother, you're betting so much? However, I don't have a holy spring, but I do have 3 sapphire spiritual flowers. I'll bet with you. The people from the Titanic Crescent God's side and the people from Eugene's side began to make bets. Seeing this, many people became interested. After all, in their opinion, Lin Ling's 2 victories were due to luck. Perhaps he had bribed someone, but such a bribe would not last until the end. With this thought in mind, many people also touched their pockets, wanting to see if there were any valuable treasures to take out for a bet. After all, after Lin Ling's 2 defeats, there weren't many opponents left in the northern region. It would be too late if they didn't bet now. However, just as they were about to join in, another voice came from the northern region. It was Lin Ling's new opponent. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. This time, it was Jin Xuanzi from Lei Gong's hall who admitted defeat. Although Lei Gong recommended Lin Ling and Xing Yi, others could still compete for the spots. This time, Lin Ling easily won 3 matches in a row. He admitted defeat again? That's the 3rd one. Third. Chapter 42-48. Because up until now, those who had challenged Lin Ling included the trial takers of the 3 great gods, yet all of them had admitted defeat. Lin Ling's methods of bribery were really too terrifying. He didn't know that Jin Xuanzi had fought Lin Ling before, so he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. Therefore, in order to avoid damaging their friendship, he decided to admit defeat. Let's bet again. I don't believe in heresy. 5 sapphire spirit flowers and all your previous bets. Do you dare? Roar. That person roared angrily again and glanced at Heiqi. After seeing He Qi nod his head, he became even more confident. This was because the black flag from before had also told him that Lin Ling's previous victories were all due to luck. All right, I'm not afraid of you. The expert from the Titanic Crescent God Shrine had already tasted the sweetness of victory, so he naturally agreed. Lord Di Luo, I'll also bet, can I? Roar! Obviously, the others were familiar with Lin Ling, so they also placed their bets. They didn't believe that Lin Ling could keep winning. Yes, the more the better. Roar! The expert from the Titanic Crescent God Shrine nodded generously. Obviously, he wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to be so confident. However, after seeing Lin Ling's consecutive victories, he really believed that Lin Ling was an expert. This time, I'm going to win back my capital and interest. Roar! The person who placed his bet touched his nose, looking forward to the next round. The spectators didn't pay attention to the battles in the other regions. They were all staring at the northern region, waiting for Lin Ling's battle. Lin Ling had already won 3 battles in a row, which meant that there were only 6 challengers left in the northern region. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before it was his turn again. When Lin Ling heard the number 9, he flew towards the northern region with a gloomy expression. Although his current opponents weren't worthy of his full strength, he didn't want to keep winning without a fight. He wanted to at least defeat 1 or 2 opponents, so that he could report back to Lei Gong. However, he didn't expect that his opponents would all be defeated by him in the past, so he couldn't show his full strength. Number 37. At this time, Lin Ling's opponent also appeared. Then, a phoenix cry resounded and a strange light flashed. A delicate woman appeared in front of Lin Ling. Little South. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Congratulations to Senior Lin Ling for returning, and congratulations to Senior Lin Ling for winning 4 matches in a row. After Little South appeared, he said to Lin Ling with a smile. Those were all just luck. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly, then frowned. It seemed that he had only won 3 rounds, but Little South said that he had won 4 rounds in a row. Could it be? I admit defeat. Just as Lin Ling thought of this, Little South raised her hand. This time, the entire void was filled with gasps of astonishment. Even Lei Gong's pupils constricted. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had won 4 rounds and eliminated almost half of the people in the northern region. One person had eliminated half of the participants. It had to be said that this was an achievement to be proud of. However, throughout the entire process, Lin Ling did not break a single sweat. This victory was a little strange. Seeing Lin Ling leave the northern region, the people of the various gods were obviously even more depressed. Why didn't they get such a good opportunity? They would definitely beat Lin Ling into a dog. I won again. Brother, I'm indebted to you for the bet. My sapphire spiritual flower. My holy spring. Those who lost money stared at Lin Ling's departure, dumbfounded. At this moment, they were about to cry because they didn't understand how they lost. Could it be that Lin Ling had disappeared for 100 years to curry favor with others, so those who participated in the battle gave him enough face? However, how did Lin Ling curry favor with them? To be able to make those people give up their spots in the 8 gods' heavenly palace and directly admit defeat in shame, the price of this curry favor must not be small. Although many people couldn't figure it out even if they racked their brains, it was undeniable that Lin Ling had indeed won. What a lucky guy! Sigh. Even Lei Gong sighed helplessly because he didn't want Lin Ling to keep meeting opponents who admitted defeat. Rumble. At this moment, in the eastern region, the battle was incomparably fierce. Waves of light shot out in all directions and landed on the distant realms, directly destroying them. This was also the reason why they chose to fight here. If it was in the void of the 9 continents, with the help of these godlike experts, the 9 continents would have been destroyed. How shocking! The people also watched the battle that seemed to be breaking through the void and licked their lips. I admit defeat. Finally, an old man's helpless voice rang out. This old man was a genuine divine general with great strength, but in the end he still couldn't resist his opponent's attack. And his opponent was Di. The people also stared at Di, who was flying back, and their eyes continued to flicker. Through the previous battle, they saw that De had a third-grade divine fetus, and his divine power was incomparably fierce, already reaching 400 strands. 400 strands of divine power. Back then, when he had 100 strands of divine power, he was already comparable to the leader of the 9 continents' 10 evils. With 400 strands of divine power, he could definitely enter the ranks of the 9 continents' 10 martial gods. Of course, that was back then. Now, the 9 continents' investiture of the gods was different from the past. It seems that in the eastern region, De will get a spot. Someone sighed and said, De, like Lin Ling, had won several battles in a row. However, De relied on his real strength, while Lin Ling relied on luck. Thinking of this, they also subconsciously looked at the northern region. However, at this time, Lin Ling also entered the arena again. After all, there weren't many opponents left for him. And this time, who would it be? For a moment, the people were also looking forward to it. Number 8. At this time, the voice finally rang out. Lin Ling, you're really unlucky. This time, I don't know if I'll go easy on you. At the same time, under Lei Gong's screen, a man suddenly laughed and was actually a little excited. Beside him, Sister Jin, Young Lin, and the others all looked at this man and were shocked. Could this number 8 be Zhongshan? If people who were familiar with Lin Ling were here, they would definitely be shocked because so far, Lin Ling's opponents were all related to Lin Ling. It was unknown if someone did it on purpose or if it was the will of the heavens. Zhongshan awakened a third-grade divine fetus during the investiture of the gods last time, and he even has the divine light. In his previous life, he was a lower god. I heard that in these years, he has improved his divine fetus to the 4th grade. As for Lin Ling, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. After returning from the arena, Saint Guren frowned and looked worried. This was because he knew very well that Zhongshan was now stronger than him. He was already ranked in the top 5 among the 10 trial testers under Lei Gong's screen. Chapter 42-49. Brother Xingyi, what are you doing? At this time, a cold voice came from the side. It was Sister Zhen. She was playing with her fingernails and said indifferently, in the past, Xingyi was the 2nd place of the trial takers, and Sister Zhen had always been respectful to him. However, after 100 years, her attitude towards Xingyi had obviously changed. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Xingyi was angry. He was a good friend, so he ignored Sister Zhen and looked at Lin Ling in the distance and transmitted his voice. Lin Ling, be careful. Zhongshan is going to teach you a lesson. If you think you can't win, you might as well admit defeat. In the northern region, Lin Ling was floating there. After hearing Xingyi's words, he felt warmth in his heart. However, he shook his head and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I will break his teeth. Xingyi's pupils shrank. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed? Because most of Lin Ling's opponents had admitted defeat, Xingyi didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. However, now that Lin Ling had said so, it meant that Lin Ling was stronger than Zhongshan. Among the 10 trial takers under Lei Gong, Lin Ling could be ranked in the top 5. Thinking of this, Xingyi couldn't believe it. Lin Ling, I'm coming to challenge you. At this moment, Zhongshan took a step forward, leaving behind countless afterimages as he floated towards the northern region. His voice was like thunder. Obviously, he did it on purpose to attract everyone's attention. Of course, the effect was very good. Everyone looked towards the northern region and revealed a playful smile. They had a feeling that Zhongshan wouldn't go easy on them this time. Master Di Luo, do you still dare to bet with me? I will bet with all my savings. Do you dare? At this time, the martial artist who had lost everything shouted. After he finished speaking, he began to borrow treasures everywhere. This was because he had already lost everything he had, and now he wanted to win it all back. The other people also cast their eyes over as if they wanted to join the bet as well. But of course, they didn't think it was possible. After all, they could tell that Zhongshan wouldn't let Lin Ling win, so Di Luo probably wouldn't dare to bet again. Sure. However, Lord Di Luo agreed without hesitation, as if he still didn't know that Lin Ling had wasted the past 100 years. Lord Di Luo is indeed straightforward. Hearing this, the expert who had previously lost all his fortune was naturally extremely excited. Rumble. At the same time, a fierce battle had already begun in the northern region. After Zhongshan arrived at the northern region, he immediately released all of his world essence and released his divine embryo. This divine embryo was not a third-grade divine embryo but a fourth-grade one. A huge, colorful rooster appeared. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its claws were thick and big, and its eyes shone with a sharp light. Rings of divine light were constantly being emitted from its body. This was the divine embryo of the Pleiades star official, one of the 28 constellations in the Age of Gods. In those days, this Pleiades star official was a genuine mid-god. Wow! Sensing that terrifying divine embryo, many people were also in an uproar. Because they had only heard of Zhongshan's strength, and this was the first time they had seen it. But they didn't expect Zhongshan to be so powerful. That year, we parted ways in the demonic forest. Now, it's time for Zhongshan to regain his face. Over at Yojin's side, Heiqi said with a faint smile. That year in the demonic forest, Lin Ling didn't give Zhongshan any face at all, which made Zhongshan want to kill Lin Ling. Now, after 100 years, the grudge between the two of them was finally coming to an end. Not far away from Heiqi, Luli Empress's face was calm as she looked ahead. She knew that Zhongshan wouldn't let Lin Ling win, so she wanted to see Lin Ling's strength through Zhongshan. Would Lin Ling win or lose? Defeat him, break his teeth? Wangu Yanhui waved his fists. He was even more excited than if he was going to fight. After all, he knew that he might not be able to defeat Lin Ling, but his big brother Zhongshan definitely could. Caw-caw-caw. All of a sudden, the mountain-like rooster let out a deafening cry. The rooster's cry turned the world white. Endless rays of light shot out, and the pitch-black void started to brighten. The rooster's cry was like a call to the blazing sun. These rays were incomparably sharp, piercing through the void and landing on the distant world surface. Poochie 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 sounds could be heard as the ancient continents were pierced through by the rays of light. Following that, the continents shattered into pieces. Moreover, it wasn't just one continent that was shattered, but tens of thousands of continents. This was also the meaning of the rooster's cry destroying the world. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes as he stood in the middle of the terrifying light storm. Zhongshan's divine embryo was strong, there were no weak points. Moreover, his godly force was also very strong, reaching the level of 300 rays. If Lin Ling didn't use anything, he could only fight Zhongshan to a draw with just his Dantian and realm essence. But it was a pity that Lin Ling had 7 great Dantians. In addition to his terrifying physical strength, he didn't even need to use any skills. He could crush Zhongshan with just his physical strength. Xiu xiu xiu. Lin Ling's body was like a willow catkin, leaving behind afterimages as he easily dodged the thousands of rays of light. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would be defeated, but the scene in front of them caused their eyes to narrow. They saw that Lin Ling was actually unharmed, and the densely packed rays of light were all dodged by Lin Ling. It's time to end this. At this moment, Lin Ling also muttered to himself. His body rushed towards the rays of light, dodging left and right, and at the same time, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. When he clenched his fist, an unstoppable force was also brewing. It was mixed with the realm essence of the 7 great Dantians, the physical strength of 300,000 worlds, and the power of 300 rays of godly force. In Lin Ling's opinion, Zhongshan could only force him to use this much strength. Zhongshan was not qualified to use more than that. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Ling rushing over, Zhongshan also sneered in disdain. He stretched out 2 fingers and attacked Lin Ling. At this moment, the surrounding rays of light receded like the tide and gathered in his 2 fingers, causing his fingertips to be extremely dazzling. If one took a closer look, a huge rooster appeared behind him, making his finger look like the rooster's beak. Pai Pala. And when he shot towards Lin Ling, the surrounding void cracked open, as if it was rubbing against everything in its path. In Zhongshan's eyes, Lin Ling was courting death. After all, Lin Ling was trying to fight him head-on. Whether it was cultivation, divine embryo, or even divinity, Zhongshan was superior to Lin Ling. However, despite his good intentions, he was about to be disappointed in the end. Boom! The fist and finger collided, and a terrifying storm erupted, landing in the distant world and destroying everything. And in the storm, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhongshan's entire arm was broken, and Lin Ling's fist did not stop, ruthlessly smashing into Zhongshan's face. Xiu xiu xiu. More than a dozen teeth mixed with blood were spat out. Zhongshan flew backwards, and his heart was pounding, as if he could not believe it. Chapter 4250. Boom. Zhongshan's chest was hit by the punch. He bent over like a prawn and fell straight down. However, Lin Ling moved and appeared below Zhongshan again. He kicked at the sky, and this time, his foot landed on Zhongshan's butt and sent Zhongshan flying into the sky again. Then, there was a series of explosions. The sound of a violent battle echoed out, causing the void to fall silent. All 4 battlefields were now looking at the northern region. That was because it was a one-sided beating. Zhongshan is a 4th-grade divine fetus and has divine light. How could he be beaten like a dog by Lin Ling? This is too unreal. Zhongshan's teeth were knocked out. Could it be that Lin Ling is also a 4th-grade divine fetus? I don't think he is a 4th-grade divine fetus, but he is at least a 3rd-grade one. Most importantly, Lin Ling's boundary essence is very fierce. It is several times stronger than Zhongshan's. Everyone's face was solemn and shocked. They ignored Zhongshan and stared at the blue-robed youth who was constantly attacking. That youth had disappeared for 150 years. Everyone thought that he had missed the time to cultivate and the investiture of the gods. However, Lin Ling was telling them that even if he had missed everything, he could still suppress everyone. Moreover, he was even stronger than before. At least, Lin Ling might not have been able to defeat Zhongshan. This guy. Heike clenched his teeth in disbelief. Lin Ling had not been with the 4 gods for 100 years. Without the 4 gods' training, Lin Ling should not be so strong. Interesting. He is still very strong. The glazed female empress narrowed her eyes. She was both surprised and felt that it was normal. She was surprised that Lin Ling, who had disappeared for 100 years, was still so strong. She felt that it was normal that Lin Ling, who was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, should be so strong. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's first battle shocked the void. The 4 gods seemed to have exploded. Those who had underestimated Lin Ling now knew that Lin Ling was not much weaker than them. Lin Ling is so strong. On Lei Gong's side, Xingyi, Sister Zhen, and the others frowned. Especially Sister Zhen, her expression was ugly. She was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling being beaten up miserably, causing Lei Gong to lose face. Then, Lei Gong would chase Lin Ling away in a fit of rage. But now, the one being beaten up was Zhongshan. His nose was broken and his teeth were shattered. It was a miserable sight. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't bribe those people to admit defeat, but rather because they knew of Lin Ling's strength? As for Xingyi, he suddenly had a thought. At this moment, this thought spread like the tide among the crowd. Many people subconsciously looked at Wangu Yanhui and understood his painstaking efforts. As for Wangu Yanhui, he didn't pay any attention to the crowd's gazes. Instead, he stared at Zhongshan, who was being brutally beaten up, and his body shuddered. He could see that Zhongshan's teeth were all broken, and he subconsciously licked his teeth. Fortunately, he had admitted defeat, otherwise, he would have lost just now. The teeth that had been mended were probably going to be broken again. Admit defeat. Zhongshan, who was continuously beaten up, finally spoke with difficulty. In fact, Lin Ling's methods were like a storm, and he didn't even have time to speak. As soon as the word admit defeat came out, Lin Ling looked at Zhongshan with a mocking smile and left in large strides. I lost again. Looking at Lin Ling, who was flying back, the man who had placed a bet before sat down powerlessly in the void. His eyes were blank. In order to win back his capital and interest, he had borrowed a large amount of treasures and paid interest. Now he had lost again. So, unless he used his life to pay it back, how could he pay it back? Thank you. Master Di Luo laughed out loud, which made people feel that he was very mysterious, because this man actually knew Lin Ling's strength, which was way too scary. Unfortunately, no one knew that Lord Di Luo was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. He thought that Lin Ling would win, so he bet that Lin Ling would win. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't let him down. It seems like Lin Ling will have no opponents in the northern region. Then, many people frowned and said, the previous battle had shown Lin Ling's strength. Among the 50 people, although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest, he was still one of the top. It wouldn't be difficult for him to get a place. Moreover, Lin Ling had already become the strongest in the northern region. Lin Ling, congratulations. After Lin Ling returned, Xianxia immediately said excitedly. His face was still full of surprise. Lin Ling saw that Xianxia wasn't jealous at all. This made him feel that Xianxia was a friend worth making. He smiled and said, you can do it too. Next, I'll wait for you to go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace together. Okay. Xianxia couldn't help but feel confident. Sister Zhen, young Lin, and the other trial takers were still looking at Lin Ling in surprise. Only Lei Gong was calm, because he knew that Lin Ling hadn't used his trump card yet. Now that the first place in the northern region had been confirmed, those from the Little South finally started to fight for the second place in the northern region. The other regions had more or less confirmed the first place, and many people were fighting for the second place. Number 24. At this moment, a voice came from the eastern region. Next, Xianxia, who was next to Lin Ling, narrowed his eyes because he was number 24. Xianxia, do your best. Lin Ling patted Xianxia's shoulder and cheered him on. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. He nodded heavily and flew to the eastern region. Now that the first place in the eastern region had been confirmed, Xianxia wanted to fight for the second place. Number 7. At almost the same time, Xianxia's opponent appeared. Then, a man in heavy armor took heavy steps and flew to the eastern region like a god. It's Emperor 13. Many people exclaimed when they saw that person. This person was the divine general of the Titanic Crescent God. Although he wasn't a trial taker, his strength was stronger than most of the trial takers. Cripple him. Just as Emperor 13 was flying towards the void, a voice rang in his ears. Emperor 13 smiled coldly and nodded his head. The voice belonged to D. Previously, he saw that Lin Ling and Xianxia seemed to be very close. Moreover, Lin Ling had taught his people a lesson in the divine world. Therefore, he wanted to pay Lin Ling back. Of course, he did not see eye to eye with Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was more powerful than him back then and had once suppressed him. Now, he naturally wanted to properly humiliate this once powerful challenger. Emperor 13. At this moment, Xianxia stared at his opponent in the northern region. He had fought and defeated Emperor 13 before. If he remembered correctly, Emperor 13's divine embryo was very destructive. It had the power of vibration. Unfortunately, Xianxia was so strong that the vibration didn't affect him at all. Bang. Chapter 4251. Saint Yi is still a little weaker. Sigh. Lin Ling stared at the eastern region. He could tell that Saint Yi was in trouble. After all, his divine embryo was still a grade weaker than Saint Yi. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the thunder god. He found that the old man looked calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of worry. That kind of feeling was like a father watching his child go to war and worrying for his child. Saint Yi, you must win. Sigh. This caused Lin Ling to clench his fists. With a difference of one divine embryo, on the surface, it seemed impossible for Saint returning unity to win. But in a battle between martial artists, strength was not the most important factor. Instead, skill, mentality, and so on were important. Now, it all depended on whether or not Saint returning unity could grasp this opportunity. Bang. However, Lin Ling was about to be disappointed. After another earth-shattering clash, Saint Yi was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people could tell that Saint Yi had lost. I'll kill you. Sigh. To everyone's surprise, Saint Yi didn't admit defeat. He activated his Eastern Emperor Tai Yi bloodline and unleashed another powerful attack. Rainbow bridges shot out and countless rainbow bridges appeared in the sky. Then, these rainbow bridges formed a huge rainbow circle and enveloped Emperor 13. This move again. Sigh. Emperor 13 laughed coldly. Cracks appeared around his body and wriggled like worms. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was the power of vibration. Rumble. The rainbow circle enveloped Emperor 13. However, when it got close to Emperor 13, it was shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. What? Sigh. Saint Guy's eyes narrowed. Previously, Emperor 13 had been defeated by this move. Back then, Emperor 13 had begged for mercy. But now, Emperor 13 had countered it easily. Furthermore, Saint Guy could feel that Emperor 13's power of vibration was like claws and fangs. Saint Guy, you are no longer as strong as you used to be. Sigh. At this moment, Emperor 13 took a step forward and the space in front of him shattered. Using the force of the vibrations, he entered the space and appeared in front of Xingyi. He slammed his palm forward with ferocious vibrations. For the past 100 years, he had wanted to teach Saint Guy a lesson. However, Saint Guy was Lei Gong's subordinate, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Now that he had the chance to compete for a spot, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. When Saint Guy saw Emperor 13, he exclaimed in his heart, "What speed!" He could naturally sense that Emperor 13 had used the power of the tremors to reach him. Since things had come to this point, he gathered his boundary essence and used it to counter Emperor 13's attack. Boom! A translucent shockwave of dimensional essence was small at first. Then, with the two of them as the center, it rapidly expanded and gradually engulfed everything. The shockwave was circular, and when it expanded, it turned the surrounding rubble into powder. When it passed through the crowd, it immediately blew their long hair, but their eyes were still fixed on the center. When Emperor 13 and Xingyi's palms collided, cracks appeared around Emperor 13's palms. Then, the space around Emperor 13 started to vibrate like waves. Under the power of the tremors, Xingyi spat out a mouthful of blood. He also felt the terrifying power of the tremors flowing through his palms and into his entire body. It was as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. His meridians, bones, and organs all shook. Xingyi, are you still not going to admit defeat? Looking at Emperor 13, who was standing in front of Xingyi, he sneered maliciously. The power of the tremors in his palms grew stronger, causing Xingyi to spit out another mouthful of blood. However, just as everyone thought that the battle was over, Xingyi still refused to admit defeat. His eyes were red, as though he was risking his life. I haven't lost yet. Rumble. As he roared furiously, an all-powerful boundary essence suddenly erupted. The strength of the boundary essence was actually slightly denser than the boundary essence of a peak martial god. Did this guy burn his elixir field? Someone exclaimed. Burning one's boundary essence was a technique that a martial ancestor could use. However, very few people were willing to burn their boundary essence. Firstly, the side effects of burning one's boundary essence were severe. Secondly, burning one's boundary essence required some time. In a battle between experts, that short amount of time was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Although Emperor 13 was strong, he had not defeated Xingyi in one go. Therefore, Xingyi had enough time to burn his boundary essence. Of course, Emperor 13 had not expected Xingyi to be so desperate. This was because he knew that this was a self-destructive technique. If he was not careful, his divine embryo would be destroyed as well. Poor Xingyi. Burning your boundary essence is the only thing you can do? You are like a stray dog now. Emperor 13 roared as boundary essence surged out of his body. His cultivation had already surpassed the peak martial god realm, and he was half a step into the deity realm. After the boundary essence surged out of his body, a surge of divine energy surged out of his body. It had increased by 100 strands of divine energy. Now, his divine energy had reached 400 strands and he was on the same level as Emperor 13. This was the vibration of the boundary essence. Boom. He was not afraid of Xingyi burning his boundary essence. He slammed his palm forward and destroyed Xingyi's boundary essence. His palm landed heavily on Xingyi's chest. Stray dog, Do you have to force me? Don't blame me if you don't admit defeat. That palm strike shattered Xianxia's ribcage. His burning realm essence suffered a heavy blow. I have not lost yet. However, Xianxia had to give it his all. He had already let Lord Lei Gong down the last time. This was his chance, but he had met Emperor 13, who was stronger than him. He was going to be eliminated again. He couldn't accept it. He did not want to see Lord Lei Gong's disappointed eyes. Bang! Another palm landed on Xianxia's chest and a terrifying shockwave tore Xianxia's elixir field apart. Wah! Everyone was in an uproar when they saw this. This was the most intense battle so far. Although Lin Ling had beaten up Zhongshan not too long ago, he had only suffered superficial injuries. Now, his elixir field had been damaged. Not admitting defeat? Emperor 13 slammed his palm forward again. He was going crazy. Since Xianxia was so stubborn, he would cripple him. Rumble. Emperor 13 slammed his palm forward 7 times, causing space to shatter. Xianxia was forced to retreat. Xianxia's elixir field had been destroyed and he was now a cripple. Everyone was shocked. However, since the 4 gods did not say anything, no one stopped Emperor 13. The Thunder God's face was calm, as if he hadn't seen this scene. However, his eyes were trembling, and his heart was bleeding. Chapter 42:52. This child. The Thunder God muttered to himself. He thought of the past, of the little beggar he had picked up on the side of the road. Do you want to become stronger? That was what Lei Gong had said to Xianxia. Yes, I don't want to be poor anymore. As long as you can make me stronger, you will be my father. Xianxia looked at Lei Gong stubbornly. Because of that one sentence, Xianxia still saw Lei Gong as his teacher and father. He was the only one who truly wanted to work for Lei Gong. He didn't want to replace Lei Gong. Boom. At this moment, another explosion was heard. Lei Gong's eyes trembled. He finally said, I'll admit defeat for him. Deal. He knew that Xianxia wouldn't admit defeat unless he was dead. He, the Thunder God, could no longer bear to see Xianxia suffer such torment and die before his very eyes. Since Lord Lei Gong has spoken, I will naturally give you face. Emperor 13 grabbed Xianxia's neck and hit him with his other hand. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Emperor 13 then laughed. Hee, weaklings have no right to speak. He wanted to send Xianxia flying with a slap, but a hand grabbed his arm before he could do so. Emperor 13's face changed. It happened so fast that he hadn't noticed it. He turned around and saw a man standing beside Xianxia. His blue robe was fluttering in the wind and his face was as cold as ice. Although he wasn't familiar with this person, he recognized him. He was Lin Ling, one of Lei Gong's subordinates. If we weren't fighting for a spot, I would have killed you. Lin Ling said with a murderous tone as he grabbed Emperor 13's arm. Lin Ling, don't do anything rash. However, at this time, Lei Gong's voice floated over. Lin Ling suppressed the anger in his heart. He carried Xianxia on his back and flew towards Lei Gong. Seeing this, Di in the distance sneered and said indifferently, Stray dog. As for those who had a grudge against Lin Ling, seeing Lin Ling lose face, they gloated. However, Lin Ling ignored everyone's sneers. He carried Xianxia on his back and asked, Xianxia, are you feeling better? I'm sorry I let you down. Xianxia was extremely weak. After saying those words, he fainted. However, Lin Ling could feel a drop of warm tear flowing down his neck. It was Xianxia's tear. Xianxia had lost long ago. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Hence, he burned his boundary origin to win the battle. In the end, he was crippled by Emperor 13. The chances of recovering from being crippled in the martial god realm were 1 in 10,000. After all, it was extremely difficult to break through the martial god realm. Xianxia knew this himself. However, he was willing to take a gamble. Unfortunately, the outcome had disappointed him. As for Emperor 13, if he was a righteous man, he would definitely know Xianxia's intentions. He could defeat Xianxia, but he would never humiliate or cripple Xianxia. Lord Lei Gong, Xianxia, Lin Ling sighed as he came before Lei Gong. Lei Gong looked deeply at Xianxia on Lin Ling's back. However, his expression did not change. he waved his hand and said, "Take him to heal." "All right." Although his expression did not change, he felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. He wanted to kill Emperor 13. However, Xingyi did not admit defeat. This was something that everyone had witnessed. Hence, even though he hated Xingyi, there was nothing he could do. After Xingyi's defeat, the winners of the eastern region appeared. If it wasn't for Emperor 13, Xingyi would definitely have gotten a slot. Next, the winners of the western region, southern region, and central region appeared. As a result, the truth of the top 10 spots was revealed. There were trial takers as well as divine generals among the top 10. Next, they would have to accept a challenge from the 40 people who had been defeated. If one of them could defeat one of the top 10, the defeated person would be stripped of his qualifications. If the challenger won, he would continue to fight. 2 challengers would be able to get a slot. This was to prevent cheating. For example, if Lin Ling had not defeated Zhongshan, everyone would have thought that he had cheated. The 10 people who will enter the 8 Gods' Heaven Palace, please come out and accept the challenge. Everyone only needs to win 1 battle to get a slot. A voice rang out. A voice rang out. Then, 10 figures flew out from all directions and stood in the middle of the void. Everyone's gazes were also fixed on the 10 people, quietly burning with passion. Among the 10 challengers, there were a few who were not very strong. Among the 50 challengers, they still had a chance to get a slot. "I will challenge you, Mengquan. You were in the western region and your opponents were not strong." At this moment, the first challenger appeared. It was the divine general from Eugene. "Old Meng? It's not that I look down on you, but you are no match for me." The man called Mengquan laughed disdainfully, then walked out. His eyes were filled with an icy light. It was obvious that the 2 of them had always been at odds with each other. Old Meng is an expert from the southern region. It is said that he has cultivated for tens of thousands of years and is about to break through to the martial god realm. Moreover, he has a grade 2 divine fetus and his divine energy is not weak. He is ranked in the top 300. Everyone stared at the high-spirited old Meng. As for Mengquan, he had a grade 3 divine fetus and his divine energy was not weak either. It was just that his cultivation level was slightly lower. While the crowd was discussing, the 2 of them had already started to fight. The battle was extremely intense. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, old Meng was defeated and suffered some minor injuries. "Do you think I am still as weak as I was in the past?" Looking at the injured old Meng, Mengquan smiled excitedly. "Thank you for challenging me. Now I have obtained a slot." The 10 slots could only be challenged once. If one won, he would have a slot. Therefore, Mengquan was naturally happy. Among the remaining challengers, there were a few who were not weak. If they challenged him, he might not be able to win. After the first place was confirmed, there were still 9 challengers left. All the challengers stared at the 9 challengers, trying to find out who was the weakest. I have always thought that the winner of the northern region depended a lot on luck. Therefore, Hishan will challenge you. At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a man holding a wine pot walked out with a smile. He was tall and wore heavy armor. When he gulped down the wine, he gave people a sense of heroism. Di Shan? Chapter 4253. However, who was he going to challenge? Currently, there were only 2 people in the northern region. One was Lin Ling, and the other was Xiaonan. Both of them were not weak, but in the previous battle, many people still believed that Xiaonan was more powerful. So, was Di Shan going to challenge Lin Ling? Let's fight. Lin Ling knew that he had become a thorn in Di Shan's side, so he spoke first. Di Shan took a sip of wine and wanted to say something, but Lin Ling beat him to it. "Excuse me, are you from the Titanic Crescent God?" Di Shan was stunned, but he nodded and said, "Yes, so?" "Get your ass over here. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and said calmly. His last sentence was filled with a murderous aura. Di Shan was stunned again. He wanted to challenge Lin Ling because Di told him that he was strong enough to defeat Lin Ling, and asked him to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, before he could say anything, Lin Ling took the initiative to teach him a lesson. Dishan was one of the lucky ones. Ha, refreshing, refreshing. All right, I'll give you a try. Dishan laughed and walked towards Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling. Seeing this, many people nodded. However, Lin Ling had a higher chance of winning this battle. After all, he had defeated Zhong Shan. Of course, Dishan could not be underestimated. He might have hidden his trump card. Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to be able to fight with you today. As your opponent, let me give you a toast. Dishan stood in the air and said politely. He then threw the flagon in his hand towards Lin Ling. This wine of mine is the wine of nothingness, which I obtained from the god world. If anyone else wanted a sip, I would refuse. Today, I'm giving you a toast because I think you're a hero. Dishan laughed politely. Of course, he also joked, however, Lin Ling, if you're afraid of being poisoned, you don't have to drink it. Anyone could tell that this was a joke. After all, Dishan would not dare to play with poison in front of the four gods unless he was a fool. Normally, when a generous man saw that Dishan was so hospitable, he would definitely take the wine and drink it to show that he was free and easy. Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Ling would definitely accept the wine. Bang. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Lin Ling punched out and shattered the wine gourd. The precious wine spilled into the air. Countless people opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling did not know what was good for him and did not give him face at all. Dishan was also stunned. Then his face darkened. After all, he obtained the wine from the god world and it was extremely precious. Moreover, he had proposed a toast to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had shattered the flagon. Do you think that everyone is qualified to drink with me? Lin Ling said indifferently with a hint of disdain while Dishan was furious. Dishan was furious. Let's fight. Don't talk nonsense. I'm waiting to beat you up. Lin Ling ignored Dishan's anger. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly. Lin Ling is so arrogant. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling's bullying. After all, not only did he break the flagon, he even said that he would beat up Dishan. After all, Dishan had no enmity with Lin Ling. Beat me up? Let's see if you have what it takes. Dishan had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson for a long time. He was just putting on an act earlier. Then he unleashed his realm origin, divine embryo, and divine power. Begin. After unleashing all of his power, he roared loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed toward him and punched Dishan's chest like a meteor. The person who appeared in front of Dishan was Lin Ling. That punch caused Dishan's stomach to churn. His realm origin, divine embryo, and other powers were completely unable to defend against that punch. Didn't you say that you want to see if I have what it takes? Lin Ling said indifferently while maintaining his posture. Then he stretched out his other hand and grabbed Dishan's neck. Then he kicked out with his knee. Rumble. The kick was powerful enough to destroy 1,000 worlds. When it landed on Dishan's face, it broke his nose. Red, white, and yellow blood spurted out crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Lin Ling continued to beat up Dishan in front of countless people. Dishan's face was as red as a dye vat. Only now did he realize how big the gap was between him and Lin Ling. He could not even withstand a single blow. How ruthless! Seeing Lin Ling beating up Dishan, the people frowned. They disliked Lin Ling even more. After all, if Dishan was no match for Lin Ling could have defeated him. Why did he have to beat up Dishan so fiercely? Dishan was beaten beyond recognition. Only now did he realize that he could admit defeat. However, before Dishan could utter the word admit defeat, Lin Ling's fist landed on his face and forced the word admit defeat back into Dishan's stomach. Admit. Dishan spat out a mouthful of blood. As he flew backward, he struggled to say the second word. However, before he could say the third word, Lin Ling's thunderstorm attack came again. You want to say the third word? Dream on. Rumble. In the four regions, Lin Ling beat Dishan from the east to the south, then to the west and north. It was as if he was beating up a human sandbag. How could this still be considered a spar? This was clearly bullying. Could it be that Lin Ling is standing up for Xingyi? Suddenly, someone seemed to have realized something. This was because Daoist was a member of the Titanic Crescent God. Previously, Daoist had humiliated Xianxia. Therefore, Lin Ling was paying back an eye for an eye. This person's words made many people realize what was going on. This Lin Ling is so arrogant. Arrogant. Many of the gods on the Titanic Crescent God's side had cold looks in their eyes. Lei Gong narrowed his eyes. He understood Lin Ling's bitter smile. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so vengeful. He also did not expect Lin Ling to be such a good friend. He had only met Xianxia a few times, but Lin Ling was willing to stand up for him. Of course, he was touched. He knew that Lin Ling was not only standing up for Xianxia, but also for him, Lei Gong. It's about time. After an unknown amount of time, a voice finally drifted over. This time, it was the Titanic Crescent God who had spoken. However, he still had a smile on his face. No one knew if he was angry or not. Since the Titanic Crescent God has spoken, I have to give you face. I will return the person to you. Chapter 4254. Emperor 13's face turned gloomy when he received it. Stray dog? This was what he had said to Xianxia. Now, Lin Ling was using it on Daoist. Lin Ling smiled when he saw Emperor 13's gloomy face. Although it looked like a casual smile, it was obviously a provocation. Emperor 13 gritted his teeth and carried Daoist towards Titanic Crescent God without saying a word. Lin Ling had defeated Daoist, which meant that he had successfully obtained a slot. This made many people jealous. Of course, many more people did not like Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's methods were too arrogant. Are there a lot of you who don't like me? Lin Ling seemed to know what many people were thinking and suddenly laughed. Then, without waiting for anyone to speak, he looked at the four gods and said, "How about this? I, the winner, will also challenge. If I lose, I don't care about the slot. How about that?" What? Many people's eyes froze when they heard this. This was because Lin Ling had already obtained a slot. If he wanted to challenge someone else, wouldn't that be creating more trouble? You are already one of the top 10. Who else do you want to challenge? Are you not satisfied with torturing others? Do you want to beat up some weaklings? This time, Titanic Crescent God did not speak. Instead, it was Eugene who spoke. I'm not that bored. I just want to test my strength. Lin Ling said, furthermore, I am not challenging one person. I am challenging two people. Two people. The crowd was in an uproar again. Was Lin Ling going to challenge two people by himself? Even the four gods' eyes narrowed. Even the god of thunder couldn't understand why Lin Ling would do such a thing. Lin Ling ignored the crowd's shock and said, furthermore, these two people are from the top 10. As soon as this sentence fell, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. This was because Lin Ling had fought two challengers at once. This was already very shocking, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would challenge a powerhouse among the top 10? One had to know that to be able to become one of the top 10 powerhouses, their strength was naturally no small matter. Could it be? Suddenly, someone seemed to have guessed something. When the others heard his shout, they immediately became aware of it. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to fight Emperor 13? Before they could finish their thoughts, Lin Ling pointed at two people. He pointed at Emperor 13 and said, one of them is you. But many people shouted. It was indeed Emperor 13. Then they started to think of the other person. However, at this moment, Lin Ling pointed again and said, the other person is you. Following Lin Ling's finger, people realized that the second person Lin Ling wanted to fight was actually Di. He was the number 1 in the eastern region. Di's pupils constricted. He was obviously very surprised. Do you dare? Lin Ling stared at Di. He had a feeling that Di had something to do with Xianxia being crippled. After all, back in the realm of the gods, Di and Lin Ling had a grudge against each other. Why not? Di laughed. He had wanted to fight Lin Ling for a long time, but he had never had the chance. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would take the initiative to fight him? Great. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed and said, however, if I lose, I will also lose my place. So, if you lose, your places will also be cancelled. How about that? Cancelled. DE and Emperor 13 suddenly frowned and did not immediately agree. The two of you are fighting me alone. Are you afraid? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. His words finally made DE and Emperor 13 look at each other and nod heavily. Previously, they were just a little cautious. However, after Lin Ling's reminder, they realized that it was 2 against 1. One should know that if they were alone, they were confident that they could defeat Lin Ling, let alone 2. Then, without saying much, they flew towards Lin Ling. The 4 gods were silent, but they did not stop DE and Emperor 13. Obviously, they agreed. DE and Emperor 13 appeared on the left and right of Lin Ling, surrounding Lin Ling. Lin Ling, when we were in the realm of the gods, you exchanged a blow with me. Now that 100 years have passed, I wonder how much you have grown. DE spoke first. You want to know? Lin Ling did not seem to know where DE and Emperor 13 were standing and easily blocked him. Instead, he smiled faintly. I do want to know, but I don't know if you will tell me. DE replied with a shrug. However, before Lin Ling could speak, he had already signaled Emperor 13 with his eyes. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. The heavy armor on DE's body suddenly became pitch black, drowning his entire body. Only a pitch black shadow could be seen. However, within the shadow, streaks of red light flowed along the strange patterns and into his arm, making his arm extremely dazzling. Rumble. Around him, the void suddenly shook violently. Cracks appeared continuously, and circles of black ripples bloomed like flowers. Boom! D punched out. His scorching hot arm blasted out a terrifying light pillar, which had reached the power of 400 streaks of God. Obviously, he had used his strongest attack, wanting to kill Lin Ling with one blow. At that time, even Lei Gong would not blame him. This was because Lin Ling wanted to fight 1 against 2. Moreover, he could also say that fists and kicks had no eyes. D had accidentally killed Lin Ling because he could not hold back for a moment. On the other side, Emperor 13 did not delay. His armor shook, and after the armor floated out, it immediately turned into a meteor and bombarded Lin Ling. Taking a closer look, when the meteor flew through the air, the surrounding space rippled like water. This move was obviously more powerful than the one that had defeated Xingyi. With 1 on the left and 1 on the right, Lin Ling could be said to be in imminent danger. What? At this moment, everyone finally reacted. This was because no one had expected them to suddenly attack. Now, even if Lin Ling was prepared, he might not be able to block Di Yi's attack. Moreover, Emperor 13 was eyeing him covetously. Rumble. Rumble. Unsurprisingly, after the 2 experts launched their attacks, Lin Ling was immediately engulfed. The void around him exploded, and a huge void tunnel appeared. It was as though it was a void tunnel that led to the outside world. One move had created a void tunnel. This showed how ferocious it was. Everyone frantically retreated. Their clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, but they stared straight ahead. Was Lin Ling dead?